Good morning. I'm happy to welcome you here today this morning. Just a few technical things before we start. The rooms, if you haven't heard it, please check out until 10 o'clock this morning, unless you're staying for another night. Just drop the keys here at the bar in the front, and if you haven't done so, it would be great if you could do this as soon as possible. You can leave your luggage inside this room. We have enough space for that, I think. A second thing, there are some souvenirs from conferences. They are called these badges. However, I would like to ask you, if possible, please do not forget to leave the badge behind and drop it at the bar in the front. What I do usually is I take what's inside, so it's a good thing to remember where I've been. And again, I would like to wish you a very great morning, and we're going to have the first work unit of today's conference, and it will deal with the performance, that's how we called it, the performance of religions. And the idea was to look what I would like to call it native speakers, how religions and religious communities, how they understand themselves in a way of a performance. I'm quite excited to know what we're going to hear here, because we haven't given any plans. And in this first block, we will have a look at a Protestant theologist, a Catholic theologist, and a Jewish theologist, how they evaluate the performance of their own religions. And after these presentations, we're going to have a discussion, a panel discussion, and Rabbi Fabian, who can't be here with us today, because between Yom Kippur and Sukkot, he has a lot of work to do, actually, and we're quite happy that he will be with us via video stream and will give us a presentation about via Zoom, the Zoom platform. It's great that we have it. We would be missing something if we wouldn't have this presentation. We're going to start with types of self-staging, self-presentation of Protestant religion, and I'm really happy that I can welcome my colleague from the Martin-Luther-Universität Wittenberg, from the Protestant Theological University. That's Professor Dr Erik Dremel, who will also give a presentation. And what's exciting, he's working on a wide area of studies, theology, philosophy, music, science, Germanistics, and church music in Hamburg and Birmingham. So wide area, so many things, many questions in terms of staging. He will be the person to answer them. And he made a dissertation about pastoral dreams, and from 2004-2006 he was the scientific director of the interdisciplinary center of the Pietism research at the Halle University, and since 2006 he's the director of studies at the Protestant Church of Middle Germany, and he's also a colleague at the Protestant Faculty for Practical Theology. I'm quite happy about it. If I become somebody coming from the Catholic practice, meet somebody from the Protestant practice. Thank you very much for this friendly introduction. I'm also quite excited to know what you expect from me, because in fact there weren't any things that said about this planned in advance. So we have a bit of a freedom here today. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the first scene, a randomly made observation in Leipzig at the Nikolai Church, directly in the center of the city. In the morning I saw a group of 3 persons, they're all over 60, 3 women and a man. My assumption was a couple and a sister, and I assumed they were coming from Baden-Württemberg. The Nikolai Church is a historically relevant place, a rich furnishing of architecture inside, information tables about the peace, prayers, a professional library, and it's also many visitors on a Thursday morning, about 60 to 70 more tourists, murmurs going on. The group of three is very interested. They're speaking with each other, having a chat. They're walking around and looking at everything, looking at the pictures in the side chapel, moving together with the other tourists inside the room. Second scene, and again by coincidence, I see the three of them again at 1:30 in the southern suburb, in an area from the turn of the century, a few institutes, small businesses, small shops, cafes, and right in the middle the Peter's Church, neo-Gothic style, and was built new because the medieval chapel was too small. A nice church, but not for tourists. It's opened during the day, but you only find about 5 to 6 people there at the same time. Here I see this group of 3 people again. They do not chat anymore. They go individually through the church very carefully, and they look around. One of the ladies sits down, later also the men. The other one lights a candle at the altar room. In a book you can enter your thoughts or prayers. The 3 of them find silence, and that's something that is produced by this place, and somehow they meditate in a way. If I'm speaking about the visibility of religion by presenting it, then first of all I'm thinking of the buildings of the churches, how they stage themselves so that people in their everyday life perceive church, that they go into the church, and, well, originally with the intention of service and prayer. Today, churches stage themselves with a museum intention. Of course, there are still visitors coming to the churches. When it comes to the Thomas Church and the Nikolai Church, it's very obvious, as well as the Dome of Berlin, the Hamburg-Mickel, the Rostock-Maria Church, but also it also applies to smaller villages, because churches are highlights within a city, within the skyline of the city. That's why people go there, no matter whether they are inhabitants of that city or guests. That also happens at a village in Mecklenburg. I'm on a bike tour. I want to experience one of these villages. I want to feel it. I'm stopping at the church and trying to open the door because it's in the center of this village, and somehow it's outstanding there. It seems to be old, original, compared to the windows, the new windows of the living buildings for living. And it was somehow in the GDR different than in West Germany, because new buildings, as this one for example, were built and where you couldn't see that they were church buildings. People, or the government, wanted to place religion right in the center of the people. It is my opinion that all these are strategies of staging Protestant confessions. In the Protestant confessions, it doesn't happen very often today that you go into church to pray, something which is the original purpose of the church. This still exists, but people, when they go to church to pray and to look for meditation, they rather do it in the smaller, more quiet churches, and if they invite people to come there by a special atmosphere with candles and invitations to prayer. Nevertheless, we have touristic churches, and they try to give certain impulses by having noon prayers, to have 15 minutes of organ music, by placing candles, certain candles there. But it also includes the ringing of the bells. And a Protestant prayer usually starts, God, the bells are announcing your presence all over the country. And you can see here that the ringing of the bells is a performative staging of the religious intended, as it is intended and is understood as such. And this also works on the village church on my bike tour in Mecklenburg. When I look or go into this church with an intention, I'm searching for something, quietness, silence, atmosphere, the original, searching for God. There are some aspects of communication included. Communication with God, looking for transcendence. This search I could also call, at the end of the day, prayer. Dear colleagues, I was looking for an introduction with the church rooms that I see as a staging of religion in the public space. And just to recapitulate that, so church buildings are marks within a certain landscape or city. They ask us to pray, to enter, to listen, to experience the architecture, the equipment, and to feel the presence of God at the end. The bells are announcing this towards the outward world. I think this is very performative at the end, but now we have a second step, and this performative action of Protestant staging is dealt with as more as an action. So first of all, we have the public service. Protestant churches stage themselves as having a general and public visibility of religious practices. So celebrating the Holy Meal, prayers, and the praising of God. The performative action is the liturgists and cantors. They are responsible for this. If other people participate, their participation, their specifically religious performative utterance, actually, that's the part, their share in the church. And the buildings are part of this story, but in this religious action, you feel them also. The room, the space, the building can be experienced while in function. In my previous Hamburg community, the priest always said, and also presented us an order from the 1960s, he always said, once a day our church has to be filled with liturgical life. Then the space awakens to life. That's why every day there was at least one liturgical format, noon prayer or an organ prayer. Liturgical in the meaning of liturgia as an open, public action. Second field, church music, a very essential aspect of Protestant performance. This is, first of all, we have the music during the service. For example, in the Tübingen Monastery Church, we have a cantate service, and this is an extremely typical Protestant performative self-staging, which, by the way, is also represented by the numbers of visitors, and they're much higher at places where we have choirs and that have choirs directly linked with the place. People come to Leipzig from all over the world with the intention to see a service with the choir of Thomans. And that's not a small portion of people. The same happens to the Kreuzchor in Berlin and the Knabenkantorei in Lübeck, and so on, all these different choirs. This does not only apply to choirs, but also to the smallest links. Also a singer or a violin playing a Baroque aria, which is related to the commitments, is typical for this service. Then we have the field of church concerts. It's an expressive form of Protestant religion, and, for example, Matthäus Passion, Elias by Mendelssohn, all these are placed in Protestant churches. If we listen to them in oratorios, the churches are packed. This also applies to organ concerts or choir concerts, especially in summer and during the pre-Christmas time. The forms are very diverse. We have everything from a very small evening at the end of the choir concert, liturgical mixed forms, organ vespers, and going to pure concerts with tickets and numbered places and so on. In each version, these concerts attract more people and qualitatively different people, so that means people who would never usually attend service and people who are no longer members of the church. And what we're interested in are these people that are acting performatively, so that's the singers of the choirs, which sociologically, empirically, they are hard to describe because they're not all members of the church. But on the other side, we have the liturgically acting person. That's the priests and the cantors, who are a symbol and in the name and on behalf of the Protestant church, and they act like this, and they are perceived as such. What else do we have? Maybe it might be less prominently visible, but not less specifically Protestant, is the originary priest action of persons working. These priests' fields of action are on the one side public, for example, the priest who's going to the party of the fire department is not acting as a private person, but in the name of the church. And that's how he will be perceived, even though he doesn't do anything during this party. Apart from being present, he represents church. Other fields of action, for example, talks of the priest, as they are expressed, they are not very well perceived, but nevertheless you see inside them how church represents itself. That's why the priest, as the carrier of such action, will be in the focus. And we call this looking forward for the people and pastoral things. And this can be very many things and can lead to this confession. But first of all, it's an empathic talk. Listening to the others, and listening is also a performative act in this context. The family talk, when there's a baptism or wedding, where the priest goes into the house and visits them, then there's a liturgical action during dying, and what we do in hospitals is also self-staging of the Protestant church, which is well perceived, and people need this, especially about people who are not religious, who suddenly come into contact with church again. And the hospital itself, if it is organized by the church, is a self-staging of church in itself, especially also nursery homes, care homes for the elderly, social counseling, advisory places for drug addicts, and so on. We all call this the institutional term of diaconie. How do you see that a diaconie is responsible for such a nursery home, and that it is a way for the church to express itself apart from the plate outside? That's exactly what these institutions are struggling for, especially as today we have many employees today that are not members of the church and do not have any confession, and there are no diacons anymore who are still wearing their work dress. Maybe the nursery home might not be religious as such or Protestant, or cannot be seen from the outside that it is. It needs some interpretation, as many other things in the Protestant religion have to be explained and interpreted. Maybe that is typically Protestant, that we want to explain everything. What else is Protestant self-staging? Everything that's included in the area of education, talks, religious belief classes, building an opinion regarding ethical, social, and ecological topics, Protestant kindergartens, Protestant schools, Protestant family educational places, joint youth work within the communities, and all of this is where we see the staging of the Protestant Church. Then we also have everything that is happening on site in the various churches, which is not part of the diaconie, but the contents can be placed in this area, and where the people who are working there are working for non-profit. They are not, for example, we have soup kitchens, chambers with everything that's not for profit, and charity organizations here that we have. Two things that are important from my place, because, first of all, because it is prominently discussed at the moment in the Catholic Church, so that's a synodal principle. Synodalism is a high-level staging, a way of staging the Protestant Church, the common quest for what the Spirit wants from the Church is pragmatically for what the Protestant Church is presenting, how it presents itself, and whatever is happening at home in a private religion at each individual Christ. Religious practice outside of the church context. In Erlangen, by right, we have a DFG survey or study, which is called Bible Performance. How people use the Bible. Is it just put on the shelf, or is it placed on the table? Do people read it? How do they act with this book? Or the book of speeches, typically for the Protestant Church, for daily pietal practice, and it's just more or less a derivative of the Bible. You find things placed on the signs in the hallway, sayings from the Bible. And I could imagine that you're more interested in this first part of the church rooms and concerts, but I had to mention the second part as well, because it's very decisive for the brand of the Protestant Church, if you want to call it that way. I was to give a rough overview. Of course, this was very quickly done. Now maybe we can discuss more about it later. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation on performance of being Protestant. I can see that your musical background also in your presentation, it became very clear. You also teach at a music university in Halle. Now we switch over to the next topic, and we move over to Catholicism, to a Catholic perspective that reaches us from Switzerland in the form of Dr. Christian Cebulj. We've known each other for a long time, early 2000s, I think, at a baptism we met. He's also a practical theologist like myself, and I am very glad that for a few months now we have an official cooperation between the Theological University and the Philosophical Faculty number 3, which our institute belongs to, is now in place. Protestant colleagues are always very welcome to participate in our events. I would like to introduce to you my colleague, Dr. Christian Cebulj. Since 2008, he has been a professor for religious pedagogics at the Theological University in Chur. and he's also the director, has been since 2015. His scientific focus or research focus, which might also come through in his presentation today, is culture, religion, and spiritual tourism. Now, looking at the title of today's presentation, From National Shrine to Pilgrimage Destination, the Ranft Pilgrimage to Saint Brother Klaus von Flüe, as an expression of changing performance of Catholic religiosity. I'm looking forward to this presentation. Dear colleagues, Harald, Stefan, thank you for this invitation to the beautiful monastery Michelstein, which in itself was already a performative experience, even without having participated in this conference. I'm so happy to be here. In tennis, we would say that a serve was just done by our Protestant colleague, and now we have a return from the Catholic side. I thought that I would choose a typical Catholic performative example, which is the example of a saint that is quite often celebrated. I want to introduce to you the Catholic Nicholas von Flüe and his life, and bring us back to the aspect of performance that we talk about today. In my opinion, this Catholic saint from the 15th century, who is still venerated today as the patron saint of modern Switzerland, is ideally suited as a contribution to our conference exhibiting religion, as he combines several performative qualities of both Catholic and Christian ecumenical, as well as contemporary religion in the 21st century. I would like to introduce to you Brother Klaus as a perfect learning object for the question of forms of staging religion in museums, that's why I put National Shrine in the title. And I would like to also provide him as a learning object that shows that opens up holistic spaces for experiencing religion with rites and practices, because the Ranft Gorge, who of you has been there? Give us a show of hands. Who of you has already been at the Ranft Gorge in the canton of Obwalden, right at the center of Switzerland, close to Lucerne? So I'm giving you a bit of advertisement for my region. If you go there visiting museums, and if you first go to the National Museum in Zurich, when you change trains there, to then move on to the Ranft Gorge, or if you go there for other purposes as a pilgrim, that it might depend on geographical aspects and be very diverse, and we're working here with performance. Now, I would like to describe Nicholas of Flüe as a polyvalent figure of remembrance. I copied this term of the Switzer central historian. What's important to know about this man whose life was shaped by polarity? He was known as a peacemaker, as a mystical figure, as a father of 10 children, as a hermit who spent a third of his life alone in a very small house. And this last aspect turns him into a very controversial figure. He had 10 children in a marriage of 20 years when he left his wife, Dorothea von Wiss, to then move on to live 20 years by himself as a hermit. That's difficult to grasp. even being a Catholic. The difficulties in understanding these radical life decisions might be one reason why Nicholas Flüe was only canonized in 1947. So he only became an official saint of the Catholic Church then. Brother Klaus, was born into a farming family in Obwalden in 1417. He lived in good conditions, was well off for the standards of the time. He was a councillor of the canton and a judge of the parish. In 1467, the youngest child was not yet a year old. The eldest son, Hans, was already 20. Nicholas left his family with his wife's consent, as it says in all documentation that we have, to become a hermit. He then settled down as a hermit in the Ranft gorge, which was only a few minutes away from his former farmhouse. Here on the picture on the right-hand side shows him as a bearded, gaunt man with a stick and the Betty, a prayer cord with 50 beads, a predecessor of the rosary, which didn't exist yet. The wheel that we see in the central image here was a focus of his contemplations. The contemplation of was a mystical immersion in the suffering of Christ. In 1487, he died as a hermit in the Ranft Gorge. It is said that in the last 19 years of his life, he exclusively lived off water and the sacred communion. In addition to his religious significance, Nicholas of Flüe achieved historical and political fame as an advisor to foreign heads of the 15th century in Europe. Particularly, he was a special envoy of the Duchy of Milan and supported political issues and discussions. The Historical Dictionary of Switzerland said that his mediating influence at the so-called Stanza for Commerce in 1481 is considered a prerequisite for the founding of the Swiss Confederation. So it could be said he was a peacemaker, a national peacemaker in the collective remembrance. He helped to unite the various cantons, and in times of enlightenment, he was also very active when there was a threatening divide of the cantons, and he is always mentioned as the person who helped to avoid that. So, in terms of national politics, he had quite an influence. This is just to give you a brief overview of his life. Now, it's interesting to note that the 500th anniversary of Brother Klaus's birth in 2017 gave rise to a variety of anniversary events, which naturally also involved the museum. In addition to a special exhibition at the Swiss National Museum in Zurich, a traveling pavilion entitled Nicholas von Flüe on the Road, which was sent as a mobile museum through all Swiss cantons and attracted particular attention. The organizers of the anniversary celebrations emphasized that the pavilion should be more of an experience than an exhibition. As a conceptual idea, the hermit cell of Brother Klaus was authentically recreated in a 3x3 meters format and installed on a van. This way, visitors were to experience the atmosphere of the hermitage. To experience peace and solitude, visitors went into a darkened room without shoes, mobile phones, or watches. There was nothing inside the cell, it was empty. You can see it here on the left-hand side. No picture, no music, just a little bit of indirect light. Visitors could stay in the cell for as long as they wanted and ponder the significance of the historical figure of Saint Nicholas of Flüe, memorialized by the pavilion.
Flüe für sie oder für ihn hat. Konzipiert
The concept of the pavilion was made by Otto Steiner, an artist from Sarnen, and I cite him, "This is the most radical exhibition we've ever done. We offer visitors nothing, absolutely nothing. In empty rooms, visitors should have time to do nothing for once and come to their senses. If you have something in your head, then maybe it'll come out. In any case, it's an adventure to get involved in this nothingness." The response was enormous. Throughout the anniversary year, queues were forming in front of the soundproof pavilion. In addition to the meditative silence, the concept also included the idea of asking visitors to paint or write on a piece of paper after leaving the cell what had moved them, what they had felt and experienced. They were supposed to write this down or make a drawing on a piece of paper. All of the 2,600 pieces of paper were, upon finishing the anniversary celebrations, included in a metal capsule, which is now placed in front of the church close to the Ranft gorge. It's now, yeah. As you can see here on the left-hand side, the idea was that the capsule, only 100 years from now, at the 700th anniversary of Brother Klaus's, in the year 2117, were to be opened to read the written testimonies of the visitors, to see or find out what people back then believed, hoped, feared, regretted, and philosophized about in 2017. I would like to reflect on this practical example and compare this to my 4 dimensions of performativity. I correlate some of the characteristics of the performative with the exhibition project described above, and I will base this on work of Erika Fischer-Lichter from the FU Berlin. She worked on a project called Cultures of the Performative. It was always her understanding that understanding culture as text, or mainly as text, can use or should use more the metaphor of culture as performance. The presentation of Catholic religious performance should also be included, as well as the aspect of changing religious performance. I think that I can gain precision using these dimensions. If we look at this pavilion on the road, for example, and look at what it has to do with Erika Fischer-Lichter's work. Performance in German and the German language the term has this tension. There are 2 translations of the English verb to perform in German. There's ausführen and aufführen. But that's not the same thing. So there's 2 directions here, and we need to see what helps us in terms of the interpretation in the present, what we see in religious performance, in museums, in concerts, in churches, wherever we find these things. I would like to mention 4 things. Time is short, so I would focus on 4 things that I learned from Fischer-Lichter. A. Performativity means unpredictability. You might think that seems obvious, but by defining performance as something that generates itself in the process, the aspect of unpredictability becomes prominent. That's very interesting. So performances, there's always something happening, there's a process, and in the course of this process, things happen that we cannot always control. Fischer-Lichte says unpredictability is negotiated as emergence. And then there's also the planning aspect, like this conference here, there's a conference, we plan it, and emergence in this context would mean that all of a sudden there's a Zoom presentation because one of the colleagues can't be here. This provides a dynamic, and relating this back to religious performance, it's something that I personally think it's something we lose sight of, that we should strike more. The silence in the pavilion in this van, in the hermit cell, is part of a performance as well, and that might give you an inkling of what hermitage and mystical life could be. And depending on your personal experiences and life, you can see this as a religious performance or as a meditative experience. Not only introspection happened, as we could read on the notes that were read before they were put into this metal ball, but also there were lots and lots of political comments on these little notes. Introspection, mystical aspects and political aspects were quite interestingly and unpredicted to be written on those notes. Second point, performative processes are determined to a large extent by ambivalences. The phenomenon of letting go, in the example of Bruder Klaus, would relate to performance, to doing something. Performative for us means to act, to do something. And at the same time, to letting aside options that I cannot include in this performance. And this creates ambivalence. Now, in the context of the pavilion, there were ambivalences since this bizarre biography of Saint Nicholas of Flüe, who was the father of 10 and left his wife and children to devote himself to prayer and mysticism as a hermit. And this was discussed throughout the entire year of 2017. The ambivalence between this impressive figure who retreats back to hermitage and then also a father and husband who leaves his responsibility, that really led to some interesting discussions. Particularly mothers of children didn't understand his decision and thought that he probably wasn't a good father and a good husband, and that his wife was probably happy when he left. Had to include this comment as well. Ambivalences were not found on the layer of the two big churches, the major churches in Switzerland. On the 500th anniversary in 2017, they did a national ecumenical commemoration day to show that the pre-Reformation saint was and is an important figure for both Catholics and Reformed Christians. But ambivalences were found across in the area of filmmakers who saw and portrayed Brother Klaus very critically. They thought that a saint of the 15th century doesn't really have a place in the global and pluralistic reality of the 21st century. Perception, point C. I will rush through this, so the perception, to stress the perception and not skip over this point, is important because the perception has importance. This is a thesis from a Berlin project, which can be applied at the Brother Klaus Sphere project that I showed you. Everybody was assigned anonymity, but on the other hand, when those notes were read, many questions, fears around the future, hopes for peace, ecological sustainability and equality, arms exportations of Switzerland, questions around gender, family roles, God, and so on. So many questions. These little notes included so many different aspects and questions. These can be left up to personal interpretation and analysis. This anniversary never had a scientific analysis, and the question of performing or staging religion, or religion that tries to be performative, this would be important in analysis. Transformative power, I'll skip this over because it's highly related to political aspects, and that brings me to the end of my presentation. Now, if we look at the visitors of our churches, of our museums, of our concert halls, if we try to classify them in terms of religiousness, I think the colleague Christian Fechtner introduced a term into the debate as of late, which I think could be quite useful. There's not only a high level of religiosity and low level, but also a mild religiosity. This is a term from the kitchen, so there is spicy, very spicy, or Indian spicy, and this is sort of applied now here to the level of religiousness of people, of visitors, of churches, for example, the Peters Church in Leipzig, as well as the Nikolai Church in Berlin, and they experience different levels of religiousness, and they bring it into the church as well. I will close with Bernhard Dressler, sorry. Some of you might know him. He always put a focus on changing perspectives in relation to religion. So the question whether you look at religion from the inside or from the outside. So if it's talking about religion from the inside or from the outside, that's something that's an everyday experience that we have in museums and any venues of performing and staging religion. This might be an impetus. Thank you.
I can only agree, and thanks also from my side, for this great presentation based on the Catholic speciality of... I think this is quite interesting also for the talks we're going to have afterwards in the discussion, and I'm also quite happy that you stick with this schedule, which makes an organizer of such an event very happy. So the third person in this first block, I would like to introduce Mr. Rabbi Daniel Fabian. As I said, we see him via a Zoom live stream from Berlin. Mr. Fabian, and that's quite interesting about him. He did not only study Jewish theology, but also biology at the Technical University of Aachen, at the Humboldt University of Berlin. Then he studied to become a rabbi in Berlin, and in 2011 he was ordinated as a rabbi. At the same time, he's a scientific and academic colleague at the Humboldt University of Berlin. His research is he's at the Central Institute of Catholic Religion at the University of Berlin. That's where he is at the Nikolaus Cusanus Professorship for Theology of the Religions. I'm really happy to have him here today, that he could make it, and I'm really looking forward to your presentation. So we're having some technical issues here. We'll have to wait a little bit longer for the presentation of Rabbi Fabian from Berlin. It seems to be working. All right. In my presentation, I will not talk about the staging of Judaism in the synagogue, but compared to, sorry, the sound quality. And there's a reason for that. I'm really sorry, the audio quality is so bad that I cannot give a proper translation. I can hardly hear the person. There's so many noises. Well, I think from what I can gather, it's about educational institutions, and it is the way that I would like to look at a very certain aspect, and this very, that's the part I would like to underline. Especially Judaism and museums on the first side are not very comparable. They're opposing concepts. Why is this the case? Judaism is a religion which, first of all, is a practical religion, which means which is done at home and staging itself at home in its own four walls. And Judaism is a symbiosis of internal world and religious beliefs, individual religious beliefs, which are lived in practical rituals and in the private life, and that's where it manifests. And the practical part is just in the foreground here, much more than in any other religion, maybe. And to express it in a special way, I would like to say the internal thoughts or convictions are less important in Judaism than acting. And they're not even dogmas in Judaism. They do not exist. Others would contradict this, would say, yes, the three confessions of the Maimonides is something what I'm teaching at the university here, that they are can be seen as a dogma. And it's not completely irrelevant what you believe as a Jew, and it's only performative action, but the truth is somewhere in between, as always. In order to understand Judaism, the ideal way would be to live a Jewish life. Even studying the holy writings and holy scripts. Sorry, there was again some horrible noise here. It's really hard to translate this. And we'll learn by learning, and the most prominent example of the symbiosis of ghost and physical life from internal reality on the one side and outer manifestation on the other side, what I say is the Pesach Seder. Pesach in German, Pesach Festival in Germany is a Jewish fast which reminds us of the Exodus from Egypt. And as we all might know, the father Jacob, called Israel, he came to Egypt with 70 persons to escape from hunger. And his family became very big and became the people of Israel. The Egyptian leaders, some might say these were conquerors, they felt threatened, and that's why they created a picture of an enemy which were to distract from their leadership and also to support their leadership. And this picture were the Jewish people, and that's how they became slaves. The slavery lasted a couple of 100 years, and finally God threatened the Egyptians and freed the Jewish people under the leadership of Moses. I think you all know that. What's less known might be that the Torah, so that the 5 books of Moses, have this narrative of the exodus from Egypt and make it a yearly mitzvah, so that you have to done, and it's obligatory. This means you have to tell your son every day, that is why God acted on my behalf when I left Egypt. Why is this important? Because of him. Why is it important to have this included? Because of that, God made me flee from Egypt. One answer could be that you should use something, or you should show something, not to only explain or tell the exodus from Egypt, but also to make it, to experience it and to live it. And that's what we do at the Pesach evening. That's where we show at various important points, we show at various objects and explain these objects. And really, we would say, because of this or because of that. Over the centuries, many rituals, especially in relation with this Pesach evening, have formed out, and with the only purpose to make it an experience for everybody. And the most important of these rituals might be the dinner, eating matzah, the bread that is not soured, and to commemorate the food the Jewish had to eat during the slavery in Egypt, because the Pharaoh fed the Jewish slaves with this flat and very dry bread, as it could be easy, was very feeding, and you didn't feel hungry for a long time. And again, the matzah, it's what it says in the Torah, that we have ate the matzah because we had to flee from Egypt very quickly, and the dough did not have time to develop and mature. And that's actually true, and that's the aspect of freedom that is somehow implied here when it comes to getting into freedom from the exile. But it also reminds us of slavery itself, because it was the food that, according to the traditions, was given to the Jewish by the Pharaoh just to keep them away from starving, but also to suppress them. And eating matzah is an essential part. Sorry, audio quality just too bad. I cannot translate this. Now it's gone completely. There's too much echo. Yeah, the microphone should be, at the event location, should be turned off, for example. So let's go back to the Pesach. Some Oriental Jewish also have the tradition to dress up in a coat and with a belt, and to put the matzah on their shoulders, so that during the narrative, or during telling the storytelling, to go through the room together with their family. So it's a reenactment somehow. And eating of bitter marron in Jewish, that's a bitter stuff. For example, use horseradish to experience the bitterness of the exile at that time. So if you have bitter herbs and matzah, you might close your eyes, you do not speak with each other, you're not chatting, you're trying to imagine the suffering and the life at that times and to think of that time in order to experience the exodus from Egypt. One part we are reading there, in each generation you have to see yourself as if you were fleeing from Egypt at the time, which is quite difficult to imagine this. But the target of these rites and of these rituals is, and the things we are doing at this evening, is exactly this. Not to only imagine it, but to get the feeling to be part of it, and to be part of it right now. The rites of the evening also include not only negative things, you also have to drink 4 glasses of wine. Well, don't worry, sometimes it's mixed with grape juice, because not everybody can drink 4 glasses of wine every evening, but we drink these 4 glasses on certain points at this evening to remember also the release and other things. And these acts are included in the Seder. The word Seder means order. So it all has to be done in a certain order, even though it doesn't seem to be very orderly at some families, but within a certain obligatory order. That's how it takes place. And that is a combination of reading the Haggadah. So these are the texts and the scriptures of our Exodus in Egypt, and the symbolic acts at certain points of the evening. What we have also to underline is that the scriptures we're having are not just read out. The word Haggadah, which we have seen in the biblical quotation, where it says you have to tell your son, it doesn't only mean saying, it also means, and that's how it can be interpreted, as an interactive type of telling, with the aim to involve everybody into this evening, and in the best case to make them asking questions, so to have a vivid talk about these things, which together with the symbolic meals and the symbolic acts becomes a type of an annual comprehensive reenactment of the Exodus and experience of the Exodus. Many children have these memories when they were small and young, about 4 years old, let's say, and where they are famous, and they had to ask the 4 famous questions. How much is this night? How far is this night different than other nights? And you answer, there are many various things that we do during this night that we usually don't do. Then there's a traditional melody where the youngest at the table has to stand up on its chair and has to ask these 4 questions or sing them. And many generations of Jewish children are heavily influenced, traumatized, you might also call it, if you want to be kidding, that they had to stand up there and be in front of the people. They had to stand up and sing these 4 questions, including myself, actually. But apart from this, that Jewish have their own history, and they see themselves as change of a tradition that is thousands of years old. And what I want to tell you is that to find the deepness and the spirituality of Judaism, and you have to experience it. And that is because Judaism stages itself in a certain way, and it has this experience for its members, for the Jews, so it's very important to experiences. So, for example, if you look at the museum context, if you want to represent Judaism there, you would have to take care that these ritual acts, for example, of the Pesach, can be experienced. That might be eating symbolic meals, for example, or also placing a Seder plate with the symbolic meals on it, or singing, or at least listening to traditional songs and chants, maybe some examples from texts and how you can discuss about them in relation to today's reality. All these things is something that would have to be done by by a museum if it wants to represent Judaism authentically. Another example for experiencing Judaism, we have a holiday which is tomorrow evening, and it's tightly connected with the Exodus from Egypt. Of course, it's a central topic of Judaism, where our people were born and our religion was born. And it's a hut made from various materials, wood, bamboo, and so on. Afterwards, this hut will be decorated and even furnished in some cases. And the meaning of it is that you live in this hut for 1 week. You do not just go there every now and then to have a look at it. No, or to pray there. But what you try to do is, as a practicing Jew, to live in this hut for 7 days. This is done mainly by Jews in the warmer regions. They even sleep in this hut. And that you give up your usual flat or apartment or house and live in this temporary housing. And it's not just 1 week camping in the garden. The idea behind it is that the children of Israel, when they were in the desert, had to live in such huts. And they were directly exposed to the weather, and they were protected by God. And to make this, to be aware of this way of living, that's why you do this for 1 week. And what I found very interesting before was this Hermitage. I think this protection of God, and to make it experienceable and to stage it, you have to get into it and get involved, especially with this case. This experience, I think it is very important to have an understanding of the protection of God, and to have it and to see that it can't be there immediately within 5 minutes in this hut. No, the idea behind it is that the sukkah is made in a way that this plant material is on the top, and it gives you shadow, it casts shadow, but it shouldn't be so tight that you cannot see the stars through it at night, because at night, if you lay in your sukkah and you look into the skies and see the stars, then you would see how small you are and how huge the universe is, and the protection that our houses have to offer is just an illusion, actually. And the true protection can only be provided by God. And to experience such thing, you have to live through it, and it's just not imagination. That would be not sufficient. And what I would like to underline here, that the Jewish holidays are very, very interactive, and that is not due to the fact that certain thoughts or feelings are to be provoked to get this impression how it was in the ancient times, like in an open space museum. No, the idea is that Jews understand themselves as people with a divine task, and this includes life after the laws, 603 laws actually, and orders. So this makes us as humans better humans. And Jews, of course, are tightly connected with their history, and the task to live like this and to lead a life like this was given to them more than 3,500 years ago, and that was the purpose why they were led to freedom, to do something, create something out of this freedom. And for these reasons, it is very important that young and old, so every Jew people, in regularly look into the history and the way how they belong to these peoples and to this mission, and that they are aware of that, and so that it can be put into practice, which means, at the end of the day, the meaning of these rituals, the meaning of this, the way Judaism stages itself is not only to make a past understandable. No, there's a relation to today's life, because we have this task that was given to us, and that we are giving to ourselves also, in order to fulfill these tasks in the best possible way. That makes it necessary to find the links with history, the link with the creator, and the link with the things that we had to experience in the past times, and to transfer them into our modern life. There might be another example, maybe, but I do not know whether we have enough time for that. I've been talking I've already been talking for 20 minutes now. Please just give me a sign whether I can speak for 3, 4, 5 minutes longer. So it would be nice if we could have a bit more room for discussing things. Well, apart from that, finally, at this place. To summarize things, my last words, there's this idea of combining things is very essential. If, according to my view, if you want to put Judaism into the museum, into a museum context, and to make it experienceable, it would be very important not to only transfer facts, but to do something completely different. And what you would need is the expertise of a person who knows Judaism very well, but also, in the best of all cases, somebody who lives according to these laws and who knows what is to be achieved by these rites and what are the realities included here, how this could feel and which experiences have to be made. And on the other side, to have a practical implementation which shows the internal spiritual things and how to transfer them just in exposition with objects and explanatory notes would not be sufficient at all. Judaism has to be touched, and you have to experience this and live it in life. Thank you very much for your attention. Dear Mr. Rabbi Fabian, thank you very much also for your relaxed way of overcoming these technical issues here. Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. I think it was a wonderful view into the traditional Judaism and the symbiosis of spirit and physis. We're now going to rebuild the stage a little bit because we're going to have a panel on stage. I'd like to ask the two persons who were speaking here before on stage, and we will have a 10-15 minute break, and then no, sorry, not a break. We're going to have a panel discussion first of all, and then the audience might ask questions also. Can we have Mr. Fabian here? Have you? Could you hear me? Well, we're just doing a bit. We have to rebuild the stage a little bit, and I thank you very much. Before we're going to have a panel discussion here, and that's why we have to do some reorganization on stage. But we'd like to have you here with us so that you can join our panel for about 10-15 minutes. Great. All right. So please come up to the front to the panel, and I need a mobile microphone so we can speak with each other and we can be heard outside. And then we also need another microphone for questions from the audience. I'm really sorry, I can't hear anything via this microphone. The sound quality is just extremely bad, even worse than during the Zoom meeting. It's just impossible to translate. So no, I don't have any sound at all. I can't hear what's happening. I just see mouths moving, and I'm not trained in lip reading. Oh God, there was... Okay, it looks like the audio quality has improved. Now it's working. So, if I'm speaking about performance, from Protestant perspective, maybe you contradict me. When I'm looking at it from a Catholic perspective, I'm a Catholic myself. It was very interesting when it comes to holy persons, but it's much more important. It's pilgrimage that became clear during your presentation. But I found very interesting performance in connection with culture, and I would like to call it passivity that we have here, especially this empty room, this silent room, which is a surprise somehow how Catholic piety in a traditional setting can be built up in such a way. Yes, please. Come here. Sit next to me. Yeah, yes, please. Yeah, please join us. So we can be both. We can be seen on the screen. Yes, great. Yes, just give us a sign when it happens. Well, from a Catholic perspective, that in a certain way that silence was the centerpiece here, but also these new types that many things are moving at the moment. So I'm asking myself, I expected the smoke of Catholic performance. I think that is the most difficult thing. What is Catholic performance if I want to translate it into the language of the museum? Thank you very much. Dear Rabbi Fabian, it was the third aspect. It was very important. It was very inspiring performance as interactivity, really. So you have to be part of it. So that's very difficult in the museum. And to place Judaism in the museum, how can I experience it? But how can I keep the distance that I'm not practicing Judaism? But at the same time, as a Catholic, I found a certain bridge here. So what does it mean? What Pesach means in today's life, that it is in the family where you have it. So for us, it is the Thursday of the Eucharist Day. And it's a sequence during the changing of the hostia. That's today. And this, I think, is also connects this through performances that we heard about. And if I hope I hit the nail here, and then I would like to answer some questions from the audience. Yes, you hit the nail a little bit, that's quite true. And I think, in fact, it's a very difficult or a remarkable situation that we have so many spaces, churches, but also I'm thinking of this monastery where we are today. Where are monasteries there where this original life does not exist anymore? And I would always say, and I'm exactly what Mr. Fabian said all the time, that it doesn't make sense just to place objects here and to tell the people, yeah, it was like this and that in the past. If you want to experience it, you have to live it. But I also understand that there's a difference between museum pedagogy and religion pedagogy in the meaning of catechesis. Somebody wants to have a religious experience, or do I just want to inform myself about a historically interesting building? That makes a huge difference. And Protestant, that we want to explain everything and have to do so, is something that I perceive that as such. But I'm criticizing this at the same time. I believe that we don't have enough emotions and rituals in the Protestant church here, and it's typically Protestant, to speak about something without making the experience or having made such an experience that you are talking about. And this is, in the catechism and at the museum, this always is an issue. I would always say that you have to make experiences and that you can reflect upon later, and to talk about something always is just too dry, actually. This discussion, which is a great moment of this conference, and that's what I would like to call it, because what we're doing exactly, what I did in my set, was a religious change of perspective. We all might know this, but we have to do this again and again. And not only because of the various places where we are acting, museum, church, concert hall, but also because of the contents of these performances. Mr. Fabian, for example, I would like to tell him that I, as a non-Jewish person, I have a ritual that is celebrated in family. I would really love to experience this with high interest, and would like to see what have we inherited for Christianity. But at the same time, it's a change of perspective. It's only limited in a certain way. Of course, I can understand it, but if I'm not part of it, the perspective is that from the outside. So it has to be put in a certain relativity. The change of the perspective is a cultural competency that we all have to learn, whether it is in the museum or in the church. But it's not unlimited. It is restricted somehow. Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Fabian, the word is yours. Well, thank you very much for this summary. What I would like to highlight also is that, of course, that the meaning and purpose of the way I was presenting it was not that everybody in a museum context needs to make any religious experiences and to fulfill this change of the perspective. This would be too far-fetching. But what if people want to see Judaism or any other religion in the museum context, and they just want to receive information in the museum? But again, I also put the thesis: to understand Judaism, to get this information about Judaism and to make it understandable, you have to put it into practice in some way. Otherwise, this experience will not be authentic within certain limits. And there are two aspects of this experience: that the religious or spiritual experience or component, and then there's also another component of imagination or historic component. For example, the living circumstances, to make them understandable, very trivial in an open space museum, open air museum, where you can get involved somehow. And then it is my standpoint, really, that in this case, this change of a perspective within these parameters, to make it understandable, the implementation is as important, or has to be done in such a way that these rituals can be explainable and experienceable in order to make these parts of the Jewish history more understandable. Yeah, the change of perspective is within the room, and this also means that in relation with our audience. So now there's a space. If you have any questions or any thoughts that you would like to share with us, please take advantage of this opportunity. There we have one. Well, it's true, actually. And is it working? Microphone's not working. Yes, I completely agree that religion has to be experienceable in order to be able to reflect about it and to think about it and consider it. That's something I said in my presentation yesterday, that we are living in an area with 8% of religious people. And then religion, to showcase religion for somebody who cannot experience it is quite a challenging thing to do. And to make it understandable, to put just something into a place and an object in a place, it's something completely different than to drink from this glass, for example. And if our visitors can't always do that in many aspects. I don't know, was this a question? Well, thank you very much for this point of view. Mr. von Schnurban, for Mr. Fabian, he's the museum director of the pre-monasteric monastery who has this performative task in front of him. May I add something that in our theological, religious, pedagogic debates, the so-called talk about musealization of religion always has this side taste that it's a fact of the past. Museums show something from the past, of course, but I think the museum pedagogy, and this includes also religious pedagogy, has to take care that exactly, as Mr. Fabian pointed out, that these things that relate to the practice and sorry, sound quality, audio problems. And well, from an educational perspective, you spoke about religious lessons. That's our bread and butter business that we're doing, and it's the same task. You spoke about catechesis. It's quite easy to have religious performance because the basic understanding is, as you pointed out, also in the Jewish families, that we are together. We are trying to get on the way. We want to have this common experience and want to create a relation with God. But the problem, or the chances, or the opportunity of religious education is to be very close to or bring people close to this experience, and without being a missionary here, and to do more than just explaining. That can be done very good by ethical lessons. That can be done by the art museum, by the historic museum, but also if I want to religion, and I'm really grateful for this, Mr. Rabbi, if I want to experience religion in practice, then there's something I have to try it and do, put things into practice and have to carry them out by myself. And there's a question, how far in the religious lessons in school, how can I stage religion here and can invite to performative acts which are not meant to be joint prayers? It's a very serious task. Mr. Schnurban did it for the museums, or said it for the museums in our area here, at 8% is even lower than what I say. I'm just speaking about church members. These are the only ones that we can count. I'm always thinking about 12%, so this environment is not very religious. But what's interesting that in our country, Saxony-Anhalt, in our state, the public schools, Protestant and Catholic lessons have more and more pupils, for example, than could be expected. From my practice, it becomes clear. A couple of years ago, I did an empirical survey here at Catholic teachers, and I asked them, how high is the percentage of your pupils? How many are there Catholic? How many other religions do we have? And how many pupils do you have who do not belong to any religion? So they're not religious at all. And sorry, horrible sound quality. We have audio issues here all the time.
sogar Unterrichtsgruppen. Ich habe hier eine Grundschule in einem kleinen Ort vor Augen, wo als
There's a primary school, and the teacher, a Catholic teacher, told me that in my lessons, in classes 1 to 4 of primary school, we have 100% non-religious pupils, and that's Catholic lessons. So there's a performance, actually, which is quite interesting. There's a distance. See, that can be kept from a professional perspective here.
Highly interesting, but I would like to point out that there are significant distinctions have to be made between religious education lessons, for example, and the context of a museum. And the reason for this is that in school, kids have to participate. And at the same time, they have to be protected against certain influences, so to speak, so that no red lines are crossed. In the context of a museum, first of all, everybody goes there on a voluntary basis. And then, secondly, probably because they're actually interested in the topic or they want to learn more and they are prepared to immerse themselves in the topic. So I feel that in this context, the individual can be more free. And we can approach the visitors more closely here. This way, the experience can become more intense in this context. In the modern world, in my opinion, I think this is really needed. We live in a world where we have so many impressions constantly, every day, that affect us. So that I think people come to a museum because they long for a sort of more intense experience than just looking at something from an outside perspective. But at the end of the day, this depends on the individual. Everybody can decide with what intention they go to a museum, and if there are interactive options to experience the subject of the museum, they can use them, but they don't have to. Thank you very much. That was a great summary of our panel discussion. I think that really sums it up, and I saw many people nodding in the room here while you were talking. I think this is the task at hand, and unfortunately you can't join us this afternoon, but this is what we will get into this afternoon. How are museums and exhibitions already doing this right now? Thank you very much, Rabbi Fabian. I will visit you whenever I'm in Berlin. Thanks very much to our other two panelists and presenters. Thank you very much for participating in the debate. And now I would like to invite everybody for our coffee break. And of course, both of you will also get the book later on. Thank you very much. Thanks for participating. Thanks for putting in the work and effort to be here today with us. Thank you, and I wish all of you a very fruitful conference.
Buildings, tranquil spaces, and exquisite artifacts encompass the diversity of European culture and identity. This religious heritage is an invaluable resource that is handed over to us for all generations to enjoy. It is all around us and an integral part of our lives and communities. It includes rich cultural traditions, masterpieces of art, wonderful craftsmanship, and extraordinary music. In an era of globalization, cultural heritage helps us to remember our European cultural diversity, and its understanding develops mutual respect and contributes to dialogue amongst different cultures. The future of religious heritage presents us with challenges and opportunities. Knowledge transfer and innovation will be needed to hand over this remarkable patrimony to future generations, from the creative reuse of historic buildings to educational opportunities, from both real and virtual tourism to strengthening communities. The value of religious heritage is almost limitless. It is up to us to make the most of its potential. Since 2011, Future for Religious Heritage, a European network, has brought together charities, conservation experts, governmental, religious and university institutions, as well as other professionals. FRH is a non-faith, not-for-profit organisation that draws its strength from its diverse network. Our mission is to understand the challenges facing religious heritage, as well as the opportunities it presents to develop solutions for the 21st century. Our ambition is to maintain a network of European organisations with a strong structural framework for ongoing intercultural exchanges regarding the protection, conservation and management of religious heritage. This network is open to you. Please join us now.
Ich tausche mal die Mikros wieder, das ist total, kommt auf die Tonne wieder drauf.
Ora et labora. Bete und arbeite. Das ist der Leitsatz benediktinischen Lebens. Im Kloster Lenin hat dieser Leitspruch seine Gültigkeit nicht verloren und es wird ihm auch heute gefolgt. Das ehemalige Zisterzienserkloster wurde 1180 gegründet, zu einer Zeit, in der die Mark Brandenburg sich in der Phase der Christianisierung befand. Der Der versteinerte Baumstamm, der in der Klosterkirche von Lenin heute noch zu besichtigen ist, zeugt wahrscheinlich von der Überformung eines vorchristlichen Heiligtums. Das Kloster Lenin diente als Hauskloster und Grablege der Brandenburger Landesherren bis zur Reformation. Zunächst fanden die Askanier, beispielsweise Otto VI., später auch die Hohenzollern, ihre letzte Ruhestätte im Kloster Lenin. Gerade die Nähe zu den Hohenzollern verschaffte der Klosteranlage auch in nachklösterlicher Zeit immer wieder eine besondere Aufmerksamkeit. Mit der Reformation und der damit verbundenen Auflösung des Klosters im 16. Jahrhundert begann der allmähliche Verfall des Klosters. Doch im 19. Jahrhundert besann man sich der Bedeutung und Schönheit der Anlage und der Wiederaufbau begann. Seit 1911 ist die Klosteranlage die Heimat des Diakonissen-Mutterhauses. Die Stiftung Evangelisches Diakonissenhaus Berlin-Teltow-Lenin betreibt vor Ort mehrere große sozialdiakonische Einrichtungen. Das Königshaus war eines der ersten mittelalterlichen Hospitäler in Brandenburg. Lenin war demnach schon immer ein Ort, an dem älteren Menschen geholfen wurde. Heute werden in der Klinik für geriatrische Rehabilitation alte Menschen gepflegt und nach einer akuten Erkrankung für den Alltag mobilisiert. Schwerkranke Menschen finden in der letzten Phase ihres Lebens einen ruhigen Ort im stationären Hospiz. Eine große Kita auf dem Gelände bietet umfangreiche Kinderbetreuung. Das Kloster Lenin öffnet auch touristisch und kulturell seine Tore. In Lenin kann man die durch das Kloster geprägte Kulturlandschaft erkunden, Ruhe finden, seine Pilgerreise unterbrechen, aber auch Musik genießen und sich im Museum über das Leben und Wirken von Zisterziensern und Diakonissen informieren. Das Tagungszentrum mit dem Königshaus und dem Kapitelsaal als Tagungsräume gibt jedem die Möglichkeit, hier in klösterlicher Ruhe gemeinsam zu arbeiten und zu leben.
has a rich and deeply rooted religious heritage. Its unique buildings, tranquil spaces, and exquisite artifacts encompass the diversity of European culture and identity. This religious heritage is an invaluable resource that is handed over to us for all generations to enjoy. It is all around us and an integral part of our lives and communities. It includes rich cultural traditions, masterpieces of art, wonderful craftsmanship, and extraordinary music. In an era of globalization, cultural heritage helps us to remember our European cultural diversity, and its understanding develops mutual respect and contributes to dialogue amongst different cultures. The future of religious heritage presents us with challenges and opportunities. Knowledge transfer and innovation will be needed to hand over this remarkable patrimony to future generations, from the creative reuse of historic buildings to educational opportunities, from both real and virtual tourism to strengthening communities. The value of religious heritage is almost limitless. It is up to us to make the most of its potential. Since 2011, Future for Religious Heritage, a European network, has brought together charities, conservation experts, governmental, religious and university institutions, as well as other professionals. FRH is a non-faith, not-for-profit organization that draws its strength from its diverse network. Our mission is to understand the challenges facing religious heritage, as well as the opportunities it presents to develop solutions for the 21st century. Our ambition is to maintain a network of European organizations with a strong structural framework for ongoing intercultural exchanges regarding the protection, conservation, and management of religious heritage. This network is open to you. Please join us now.
Ora et labora. Bete und arbeite. Das ist der Leitsatz benediktinischen Lebens. Im Kloster Lenin hat dieser Leitspruch seine Gültigkeit nicht verloren und es wird ihm auch heute gefolgt. Das ehemalige Zisterzienserkloster wurde 1180 gegründet, zu einer Zeit, in der die Mark Brandenburg sich in der Phase der Christianisierung befand. Der versteinerte Baumstamm, der in der Klosterkirche von Lenin heute noch zu besichtigen ist, zeugt wahrscheinlich von der Überformung eines vorchristlichen Heiligtums. Das Kloster Lenin diente als Hauskloster und Grablege der Brandenburger Landesherren bis zur Reformation. Zunächst fanden die Askanier, beispielsweise Otto VI., später auch die Hohenzollern, ihre letzte Ruhestätte im Kloster Lenin. Gerade die Nähe zu den Hohenzollern verschaffte der Klosteranlage auch in nachklösterlicher Zeit immer wieder eine besondere Aufmerksamkeit. Mit der Reformation und der damit verbundenen Auflösung des Klosters im 16. Jahrhundert begann der allmähliche Verfall des Klosters. Doch im 19. Jahrhundert besann man sich der Bedeutung und Schönheit der Anlage und der Wiederaufbau begann. Seit 1911 ist die Klosteranlage die Heimat des Diakonissen-Mutterhauses. Die Stiftung Evangelisches Diakonissenhaus Berlin-Teltow-Lenin betreibt vor Ort mehrere große sozialdiakonische Einrichtungen. Das Königshaus war eines der ersten mittelalterlichen Hospitäler in Brandenburg. Lenin war demnach schon immer ein Ort, an dem älteren Menschen geholfen wurde. Heute werden in der Klinik für geriatrische Rehabilitation alte Menschen gepflegt und nach einer akuten Erkrankung für den Alltag mobilisiert. Schwerkranke Menschen finden in der letzten Phase ihres Lebens einen ruhigen Ort im stationären Hospiz. Eine große Kita auf dem Gelände bietet umfangreiche Kinderbetreuung. Das Kloster Lenin öffnet auch touristisch und kulturell seine Tore. In Lenin kann man die durch das Kloster geprägte Kulturlandschaft erkunden, Ruhe finden, seine Pilgerreise unterbrechen, aber auch Musik genießen und sich im Museum über das Leben und Wirken von Zisterziensern und Diakonissen informieren. Das Tagungszentrum mit dem Königshaus und dem Kapitelsaal als Tagungsräume gibt jedem die Möglichkeit, hier in klösterlicher Ruhe gemeinsam zu arbeiten und zu leben.
So welcome back is what I like to say. Nice to have you back here. So welcome to the second round of today's morning, the second question regarding the performance of religions actually. And as you can see, we have to terminate this first round, we have to have a break so that the Islamic religion can be presented in a more relaxed way after the coffee break. And after the Islamic perspective, we're going to have a prehistoric perspective because we wanted to see, have a view apart from the living religions and the focus of religions towards a religion of an earlier area. First of all, however, we will hear the presentation, visibility of Islamic religiosity, facets of living religion in mosques and digital rooms, art, culture and society. I'm really happy to have Ulvi Karagedik here today from the University, from Karlsruhe, from the PH Karlsruhe. Thank you very much that you made it here today. I would like to give you a few aspects of his biography. He studied of Islamic religion and Jewish Christian religion and pedagogy at the Johann Wolfgang Goethe University in Frankfurt on Main. And what's interesting here then of his thesis, methodic learnings of the Islamic exegese, and I'm really looking forward to the discussions we're going to have this afternoon. Then we have from 2015 to 2019 he was at the University of Vienna for promoting in philosophy and Islamic religions from the perspective of the Christian theologist. He's also a practical theologist. And since 2023 he's a junior professor for Islamic theology and religious pedagogy and in a happy situation of a tenure track, so we will see him on another professorship at the Institute of Islamic Theology and Religious Pedagogy at the Pedagogy University of Karlsruhe. I'm really looking forward to your presentation. Yes, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much to Professor Schwillus for this kind introduction. When I was asked to speak about this area of staging religions and presenting them with a link to the museum, I had to consider what am I doing here and how can I connect it with my current work, because actually this is not my subject. Usually there are other experts. Also it's a very huge area. For example, a colleague Sarah Kuhn from Vienna, she's dealing with Islamic mysticism, and Islamic art is specifically as presented in museums. Nevertheless, I really like this topic, and also from an educational perspective and from a didactical perspective, to make religion tangible and understandable, of course, and to make it that you can feel it with your senses. So there's also reference made to the discussions before. It is my opinion, there was also the question included of language, and is there too much language in the Protestant theology that has to explain things all the time? And the question also, what is the role of staging of religion for people who are non-religious? It is my view that this performance of religion in the museum context has a very universal character. If you explain things, it's sometimes not only, it's not for all persons, but the language of music, the language of architecture, for example, the language of art is understood by everybody. and just to see things and to let them have an effect on you. From this perspective is also from an educational and didactical perspective very good, and that's why I like this topic. And it was also, it fitted very well because with my colleague Alexander Weiss in Karlsruhe, but also with the Protestant theology, we are planning a project together with the Arts Museum in Karlsruhe, and it's topic related art from the perspective of students of theology, and to reflect on this, for example, the human, how it is presented in art from the various religious perspectives, Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. So the question that is most relevant, one performance becomes effective. And my thoughts led to the conclusion, and I want to make reference to Hartmut Rosa, who spoke about resonance. If resonance is taking place, if something is effective, if something moves me, moves my thoughts, if I can get involved. That is why staging in this area, when it comes to the question of religion and religiosity, is very effective within the meaning of effectiveness. And I've tried to think about how to take you on this journey. Question of staging religion practically also. And I found out there's a huge area of topics that you could look at. We can't look at all of them today, but I would like to take you on this journey, and that's what we're going to do, to look at the recitations of Quran and the city of Mecca, but also the Hajj as a performative service to God, but huge stagings, also then religious music, calligraphy, mosques, architecture, broadcasting, social media, and other types of staging of religion. Let's see how far we can get today. The recitation of the Quran is the absolute staging of Islamic religion, because it's the literal word of God that you can experience and can feel. If Christians think that God became a human and desolates himself in Jesus Christ, then in the Islamic world it is the Quran where God is presented, and by reciting the Quran, where the literal words of God have its place, and if you hear it, or a Muslim believer hears God, and in prayer where the Quran is recited, you can feel God. His words are read. Muslims think of God and its orders, laws, and they think about him in every situation. When it's time for mourning, but also in the death, but also when there's joy, for example, during weddings and other religious holidays. And this staging is or can be very emotional for people. There are cases where people fainted when they hear certain things from the Quran. So the resonance is so high that they are so overwhelmed by the content of these words that they cry or faint. We have these cases, and there are various types of the staging which are very vibrant, and not only, it's not just reading a text. The Quran, or the greatest characteristic of the Quran, are its rhymes, not only the rhymes of the text, but also the connections between the sound of a word and the text. I would like to give you an example. The last surah, Surah Tundas. قل أعوذ برب الناس ملك الناس إله الناس من شر الوسواس الخناس
الذي يوسوس في صدور الناس من الجنة والناس. You
can hear that it rhymes, and the surah is the last one of the Quran, number 114, and it's about the devil giving us things, trying to tell us things, and you hear these S all the time, so you see, or you hear a connection between the wording and the sound of the words and the staging. And from a cultural perspective, it can be very different usually. There are examples, very, very long recitals of the Quran. We have an example here. Maybe we can have a look at the first video. That's somebody who recites, somebody from Africa. So, as you could hear and see, it's an incredible voice, and millions of people are performing it, and reciter did not even have to breathe once, so that is a very special characteristic of a very long breathing recitation of the Quran, and that it can be very different according to culture. Now you have a recitation in prayer. And as you can see and hear again, in this case, it's not only a prayer, it's also a type of art that is performed here. And those who understand it get into a sort of ecstasy during prayer, and the better it is performed, the higher is the attendance and the appeal by the believers. These types of Quran recitals do not only take place in the mosque and during the prayer, but they are shared with millions of people via YouTube worldwide. Now I have an example of an African Quran recital, which are only surprisingly because of the sound, but also because of the content of what he recites here. And it's very touching here because that he cannot continue but has to cry.
الذين يجتنبون كبائر الإثم والفواحش إلا اللمم إن ربك واسع المغفرة هو أعلم بكم الذين يجتنبون كبائر الإثم والفواحش إلا اللمم
Danke sehr. Sie haben gesehen,
As you could see, the content is of committing sins and forgiveness of God and the possibilities God gives to the believing persons. Another aspect of this performance of Qurans are TV shows, actually. And indeed, it's almost like Britain's Got Talent, for example, where you have a board and imams are approaching and they recite the Quran and they do this in a competition, actually. And another example that I have for you, that's from a Turkish background, and these are live shows on the state TV of Turkey. Now it's a night of forgiveness, an important religious night in the Osmanic context and all other contexts, where Islamic mystic is important, and where the Quran at this night is presented live on TV during this night. So let's listen to it.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. وترى الجبال تحسبها جامدة وهي تمر مر السحاب صنع الله الذي أتقن كل شيء إنه خبير بما تفعلون.
Ja.
Well,
Also Sie sehen,
in order to perform this in such a way, it does not only require years of education, but also a beautiful voice. And connected to this, is a lot of emotions and religiosity. The belief that the angels are present while the Quran is recited, and that it gives salvation to everybody, that those who believe in God have to be silent during the recitation, during the recital, and all this leads or makes this recital, both from religious perspective but also from artistic perspective, has a huge effect and gives a huge weight to this Islamic world. I would like to give you another example, which brings us to the next point, which are mosques. And in this context, the most important mosque in the Islamic understanding, that's the Kaaba in Mecca. And there's a live stream that you can see on many TV channels 24/7, where you can see the Kaaba and where the Quran is recited, and where people are performing the pilgrimage, which is a ritual and a rite, and it's not only an obligation to do this pilgrimage, but also the belief that all sins are forgiven during this pilgrimage, so that a prayer is compensated 100,000 times more if it is done within the area of at the Kaaba than anywhere else. But it's also the Kaaba is a place of relevance where God plays a certain role. So the forgiveness of God is more important here, but also Adam and Eve, after they were banned from the paradise, is where they came together again. So it's the first God's house on earth. It was built by Adam and it was rebuilt by Abraham. So it connects the Muslims with Abraham. What's interesting about Kaaba and Mecca, that people, and the Islam is a very transcendental religion that connects God directly with the believers. But from psychological perspective, people need a point where they can find their way to God, which in Christianity is the cross as a central object of reference, but all three monotheistic religions come from the same area, the East, and that Jerusalem is a central point, but in the Muslim world it's the Kaaba. It's surrounded by angels until the seventh heaven, where there is a so-called fulfilled house, which is the counterpiece of the Kaaba. There's on earth there's a parallel line. That's what you can imagine. And the Hajj, apart from that, is a performance of this pilgrimage. It's a collective meeting, a collective service of Muslims from all over the world. It offers an opportunity for exchange. And so I would like to give you two insights here. First of all, this 24/7 live stream on YouTube, but also on the telly. So that's what in many Muslim households this is watched all the time, and people are looking at it on it. And then we have some.
I would like to go for Hajj, and that is worth much more than the salary we earn.
The Hajj, the traditional pilgrimage, follows the path of the Prophet Muhammad from Mount Arafat to the symbolic stoning of the devil on the Jamarat Bridge in Mina. The spiritual climax is the circumambulation of the Kaaba 7 times. At the end, one will be a new person, a Haji according to conviction. At the center of Islamic belief and in close proximity to the construction site, German scientists ensure the safety of the pilgrims.
We are doing a lot of scientific analysis, pedestrian flow simulations. We are measuring the comfort level of the pilgrim himself. So this is really a very critical zone.
Much remains to be done on the construction site of the Holy Mosque. Join us on the journey to Mecca and explore the secrets of the sacred site.
Well, yes, as you could see in this video, that's the biggest God's house worldwide, and it's a second connecting point in terms of the topic of museums, God's houses and museums. There are many museums in this world which were transferred from God's houses into museums, and also God's houses are places where religion can be felt and can be touched and becomes visible, places of cultural education, as well as in the past, and they're usually in the center of the society, whether they are churches, they're in the center at marketplaces, and in the Islamic world, bathing houses, guest houses, universities that were surrounded, could be found in the surroundings, and they are somehow a museum of religion itself, because this is where people can come together in order to see religion and to experience religion. And we have certain structures or changes of restructuring at many God's houses. For example, the Hagia Sophia, which was the biggest church of the Orthodox Christianity, then was changed into a mosque, then into a museum. Now it was turned back into a mosque. And there's a lot of instrumentalization from politics. We know the huge mosque of Cordoba, which after the Reconquista was modified and became a Catholic church, and is still today UNESCO World Cultural Heritage. The Museo di San Marco in Florence, Italy, which means this distance between God's house and museum is actually very small. And you can see that the staging that we have here, or how religion can be staged here in Mecca. You saw calligraphy, art, one of the most important and high-ranking types of art in the Islamic world. This is due to the fact that interpreting the Quran, the highest beauty is seen as a revelation of God, so that's why the visualization of it is of high importance, and it's a holy art actually, because it is used for representing the verses of the Quran, and apart from that, it's a spiritual instrument, and it's not only an aesthetic art, but it's an act of meditation when you carry out calligraphy, and also it has a cultural identity connected to it. What's interesting that especially in Mecca, in terms of this huge mosque, is a high tension between the staging of religion, but also the destruction of religious heritage. Historic buildings, historic structures of this mosque were destroyed and were destructed to construct this huge mosque. You see the skyscrapers placed directly next to it. An old Osmanic castle was destroyed. It has to do with the ideology that Saudi Arabia destroys shrines and burial sites and to build new things on them. So an interesting tension that here. What about the time? I have 2 minutes left, okay? Well then, what I would also like to, this is a short thing I would like to show you. That's this cultural aspect of God's houses. So mosque is not mosque. As you can see here, you see the Prophet's Mosque in Medina, so an original building, a very primitive clay building. Then you see the Mosque of Cordoba. Then you have a mosque in Mali, another one in Ghana from the 15th century, Hagia Sophia, I spoke about it already. And it was a time when cupolas, which were originally built by Christians, it's not from the Islam, but they used then these cupolas for the protection of God, as a symbol of the protection of God. It's a high power of symbolism here, but also to demonstrate the power, because such buildings could be used. For example, the mosque in Cordoba was turned into a church in Cordoba, and it's now a museum at the Hagia Sophia, which was turned into mosque, and now with a high political influence has now been turned from a museum into a mosque again. But you also see a mosque in Beijing, where you can see that culture is very influential for the building of mosques, and as such also for the staging of religion, depending on the cultural context. What's also interesting here, maybe that's the last point, here we see 3 mosques in Germany, well, 2 of them actually. They're just this is central mosque in Cologne with 2 perspectives. But what you see, it's built with a lot of glass, and this applies also to the mosque in Penzberg. So this symbolizes transparency. And what you can see also that these buildings are not very classical in the strictest sense, but they are characterized by modern architecture. So it's a trend to build mosques, especially in Germany, in this modern style, and not to build them, not to make them too provocative. What you can also see here at the top is a big mosque of Semarang in Indonesia. I was there 1 month ago on a study trip, and it's built in a completely different style. And, well, you don't see it very well on this picture, but the Hindus in Indonesia, they call for prayer by playing drums to their temple, so that people come to the temples. And here we also have a huge drum that is beaten to invite the people for the Friday prayer. So again, you see here that the staging of religion depends highly on the cultural context. Then we see a mosque from Kazan in Russia, and there you see elements of the Orthodox Church and how churches were built in Russia. And then again we see Samarkand, Uzbekistan, that's a great mosque. So very many different styles of performing religion in an architectural way. I hope I could give you an overview how religion is staged. Of course, this could be continued in various areas, in art, in music, but to give you a short insight into the world, how different the different ways of staging religion in the cultural context. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you. We would have loved to continue to hear more, or at least I. So interesting topic, and I think we'll we'll keep in touch. Thanks a lot. There was one thing you said I thought was very interesting, and that's a perfect segue to our next presentation. Houses of prayer, mosques, churches serve as museums of religion. I thought that was a very interesting thesis. To take on this perspective is highly interesting. So now we get to the next presentation, and we'll turn things upside down again. So it's a great segue to our afternoon session. I'm so happy to welcome Dr. Alfred Reichenberger here today. I will introduce him briefly. The topic of his presentation is prehistoric religions, and to talk about case studies on the museum presentation of the difficult topic. I think both presentations seem to not have to do anything with each other, but they allow us to change perspectives again. So, introducing Dr. Reichenberger. He studied history and prehistoric times, classical philology, and ancient history. He did a PhD in 1988 and 1989, and then started working at the Bavarian Institution for maintaining monuments. And then he changed direction, and I'm glad, because this way we met each other. Here at the Institute for Archaeology and the Maintenance of Monuments, he started working, and then since 2021, he's also the deputy of this institution, so therefore also of our Museum of Prehistoric Times in Halle. And now, since March of 2024, he retired, which I am a little bit sad about, but I'm even more looking forward to your presentation. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all, Mr. Schwillus, also for the invite. I love these events that are interdisciplinary because they broaden our horizons, broaden the horizons of our own profession. Mr. Schwillus and I have known each other for many years from events like this one. I think it's been quite fruitful, our collaboration and cooperation. Today I feel a bit like I'm different from most of you. I don't have the theology background. Exhibiting prehistoric religion is indeed a difficult topic, and that is true in two respects. On the one hand, because the question arises, how can religion or religious thought be proven at all without written sources? And secondly, how do you exhibit this without possibly hurting feelings? I would like to present some solutions that have been found so far at our museum and also at others. I brought some examples with me, mainly from the State Museum of Prehistory in Halle. I worked there for many years. So that's why I chose these examples. I was also in charge of different exhibitions, like one that just finished 2 days ago. So it was easy for me to get the images, and I didn't have to worry about any rights and copyright issues. So allow me to make some few necessary preliminary remarks. The difficulty of proving religion for prehistoric and early historical periods begins with the definition of religion and the closely related question of the origin and the beginning of religious ideas and their further development. The explanations for this differ widely in some cases. You might know the discussion better than me. By definition, prehistory refers to the periods of human history for which there are no written sources, and therefore the archaeological remains are the only sources on the respective human culture. Although there are sporadic written records in early history, these are so sparse that they can at best supplement the archaeological ones. As the beginning of writing in different regions and cultures can be dated to very different times, early history begins in Mesopotamia or Egypt in the 3rd millennium BC. While in Central Europe, for example, the oldest written records for the Celts only date back to the 5th century BC, and for the Germanic tribes only to the 1st century BC. In the Scandinavian north, early history only ends in the High Middle Ages. To make matters worse, many of these written sources are not indigenous in nature. That's sort of the rule, but they show an external point of view and are therefore almost always biased. Also, many ancient and early historical written sources are not necessarily systematically analyzed from the point of view of religion. This is the second image. This is an exception from the rule. This is a work by Andreas Hofeneder in 3 volumes about the beginnings of the Celtic religions. Nevertheless, there is no need to be completely skeptical, even though there are examples in the history of research that call for extreme caution and restraint. For example, for a long time it was concluded that a Paleolithical bear cult existed on the basis of the numerous accumulations of cave bear bones found in caves. Today, the existence of such a cult is unanimously rejected by researchers, as are alleged Neanderthal skull cults or the alleged burial of flowers in the grave of Neanderthal in Shanida, Iraq, which is an excellent example of how contemporary thinking can influence scientific interpretations. The burial site was found in the 70s in the high time of flower power. Today we know that the pollen ended up there by accident. The Neanderthals buried their dead lovingly, at least in some cases, is beyond question and clearly proves that these people probably already had a certain idea of life after death. For prehistoric periods, the most important sources that allow conclusions to be drawn about religious beliefs are the graves and the burial customs they contain. This is an example from the early Paleolithic times. Accordingly, they also form the bulk of what can be shown and is shown in museums on the subject of religion and religiousness. In addition, there are places whose character can be described as cultic, i.e., naturally sacred places, such as rock sacrifice sites, with corresponding artifacts. This is an example from Bavaria. This was a sacrifice site throughout the centuries. The third category are artifacts found in graves and cult sites. This was the second. The third one is cultic, sacred, and religious examples. And that brings me to the topic, how do you exhibit prehistoric religion? One thing has to be said in advance, the solution doesn't exist. It always depends on the specific findings, the possibilities of salvage, and many other factors as to how religious themes can ultimately be brought into the museum. Above all, however, I want to show you later that too. Creative ideas are needed. So I will start with sacred objects to give you examples for this.
Wieso funktioniert das jetzt nicht? Jetzt. Eins zurück. Noch eins. Jetzt.
One of the most spectacular archaeological finds of recent decades was without a doubt the Nebra sky disk, which was excavated in 1999. In summer 1999 it was excavated in Mittelberg, and it was illegally excavated and near Nebra, and it was seized by the police in 2002. The ensemble included 2 precious bronze swords with golden grip cuffs, 2 bronze axes, 2 bronze arm rings, and a chisel, also made of bronze. The criminal story and the resulting court cases, as well as various accusations of forgery, kept not only the judiciary busy for months and years, but also, of course, the media, which incidentally contributed enormously to publicizing the find. The gold applications on the sky disk are considered to be the oldest depictions of specific celestial phenomena in the world. They can be used to determine the dates for sowing and harvesting, as well as the longest and shortest day of the year. So, summer and winter solstices. And the solar and lunar years can be interlinked and harmonized. Also, the sky disk is also a ritual object, because whoever has power over time has contact with higher powers. Last but not least, the probably ritual damage in the form of the intentional removal of one of the horizon arcs, which you can see here on the right-hand side. The ritual damage in the form of the intentional removal of one of the horizon arcs and the burial of the sky disk and its accompanying finds on the Mittelberg near Nebra emphasize its sacred significance. I am in the fortunate position of being able to present you several solutions that have actually been realized, because the sky disk has been the focus of various special exhibitions and is also the showpiece of our permanent exhibition in the State Museum in Halle. The original findings had been destroyed by the improper illegal recovery and could only vaguely be reconstructed by our subsequent excavations. At the time of the first presentation, shortly after the seizure by the police authorities, we didn't even know the location of the find. The rumor from robbery circles was it was called Star Disk of Sangerhausen by the media. And so it was presented as part of the additional exhibition, special exhibition, Beauty, Power and Death, 120 finds from the 120 years of the Halle State Museum of Prehistory. And this was only for a fortnight. At that time, it had not even been researched in part, but we decided not to withhold it because it was so extraordinary. The sky disk had come to us out of nowhere, so to speak, and this inspired our designer Julien Volper to stage the find as if it had landed from outer space. You probably all know the pylon in Stanley Kubrick's film A Space Odyssey, and it was in just such a pylon that Julien Volper landed the sky disk. This way, it became a highlight of the current special exhibition at the National Museum, and the success proved us right. Almost 11,000 visitors saw the first impact of the sky disk. At the next sky disk exhibition, we already knew a lot more, and not just the actual place of discovery, knowledge of which is essential for interpreting the depictions on the sky disk. The discovery situation was recreated in the first floor according to the information provided by the now legally convicted finder. You can see it here on the right-hand side. This is the reenactment on the original site of discovery. The Forged Sky, the Wide World in the Heart of Europe 3,600 years ago was the title of the exhibition. At the center of the exhibition in the atrium was a black lacquered wooden bark on which a display case was mounted containing the absolute highlights of the European Bronze Age. The Nebra sky disk, together with the Trondheim Sun Chariot from the Danish National Museum in Copenhagen. You can see them here next to each other. The wooden bark was spanned by a huge gold-colored arc, you saw it earlier, which quoted the motif of the ship on the sky disk. 285,000 visitors saw the show in Halle alone. I think that's truly impressive for a city with only 240,000 inhabitants. So in Berlin, there would have been 500,000 or 600,000 visitors. I cannot go into detail here about all the special exhibitions in which the sky disk had been shown abroad. However, I would like to briefly show you the permanent presentation in our museum's permanent exhibition. We were indeed curious to see whether Juraj Liptak would come up with something new after the two spectacular displays I mentioned, but we were faint-hearted. Of course he came up with something new and equally spectacular. This, Mr. Schwillus, you know the staging. The sky disk was given a single room, a round room, in one of the towers of the National Museum. All the explanations about the find can be found in the room before it. Once you have done this, you enter the almost completely dark round room. Once your eyes have become accustomed to the darkness, you will see a pylon with a round display case behind it. Here you can see first the back of the sky disk, and only when you have walked around this pylon it shines, perfectly illuminated in all its beauty. It's a beautiful installation, and the photo doesn't do it justice. Another example of the optimal presentation of a religious object doesn't date from prehistoric times, but from the late Middle Ages. I'm talking about the magic ring of Pausnitz, as it's called. This is the first medieval magic ring, where we have discovered what its meaning actually is. At least we think. Of course, in science there's always a continuous discussion. If someone knows more or has another suggestion, I'm open to it. The silver ring was the occasion and centerpiece of the exhibition Rings of Power, which was shown in the State Museum in 2019. I also have the catalogue with me. The problem was that the ring itself is very, very small. It's just a ring to fit on someone's finger. The silver ring was found in a pot together with several hundred coins in 1898. Then it was lost for 100 years, until our colleague Arnold Mohl rediscovered it. The 12-fold beveled ring from around 1200, from the year 1200, bears several encrypted signs, which were deciphered with a certain degree of probability by Olaf and Friedrich Röhre Ertel. According to the two, the inscription reads, Neine mich Christus. The interpretation is, Christ, fill me with your grace. For us, as the organizers of the exhibition, the difficulty was to present such a small object, which was the centerpiece of the exhibition. And I think we succeeded again. The Ring of Pausnitz was exhibited in the center of the atrium. Flanking the central installation were 4 further steels at the end of cross arms marked in the floor with 4 large arm reliquaries with rings attached to their fingers. These relatively large exhibits drew attention to the small Pausnitz ring. And you can see above it an old map of Jewish Jerusalem. Next point, places of power. Springs and fountains have been regarded as special places of power since time immemorial and still are in modern folklore. Fresh and clean water is essential for life. It purifies and often has a healing effect. Springs are places of connection to the underworld. The problem is, how do you bring a spring or fountain into a museum? For a number of years now, there's new technology and a new approach that makes it possible to actually shift these fountains, as you can see here in the images. This way we take out a fountain, we bring it into the workshop of the museum, we solidify it, and then we can exhibit it. The Fountain of Schönebeck, in this case, a wooden box, from the Bronze Age, was discovered in 2007 and recovered from the block. As you can see in the images, closer examination revealed that the well had several phases from the 20th to the 13th century BC, the timbers of which could be determined dendrochronologically. But it wasn't the well box that's the actual point of interest, but the two bronze depots that were placed there at different times, obviously as offerings to the gods. After recovery and scientific analysis, the block was moved to the designated exhibition room, leaving the bronze finds in situ. As you can see here, these bronze items that are visible between the different layers of the wooden block. Here too, the type of presentation is decisive. In the center of the round room, the fountain, which was recovered from the block, stands in a display case with glass on all sides. Above it, the view falls upward, as if from a well. The photo with the circular cutout is actually the view of a diver from the Blautopf near Blaubeuren. So, we lied a little bit. Of course, it's not a photo taken from a well, but actually from a real-life diver. And then on the other side, opposite the display case, we have another find. And it looks like a whirl of water. In the glass display case, we have reflecting, a mirroring effect with that photo from Blautopf. What looks like coincidence is in reality, of course, staged. It has been staged down and tried and adjusted. So it's even possible to exhibit finds like this one. The previous examples presented certain financial, technical and design challenges. It becomes more problematic when human remains come into play. Here too, a distinction needs to be made. Cremations, for example, are hardly a cause for concern, whereas in recent years there has been an increasing debate about whether or not skeletons should be displayed in museums at all. As mentioned at the beginning, burials and the burial customs associated with them are among the most informative sources for prehistoric religion. The corded ware graves at Eulau near Naumburg in the Burgenland district are a particularly impressive example. Around 2550 BC, numerous people were killed there with arrows and axe blows during an attack, but were then lovingly buried by their surviving fellow villagers. The burial of an entire family, father, mother, and two sons, aged 4, 5, and 8, 9, respectively, is particularly impressive. It's noteworthy that the genetic alignment between them has been established. It's noteworthy also that in this case the bipolar orientation of the deceased, which was common at the time, was abolished in order to emphasize family unity. The sons should have had the same orientation as their father. But that didn't happen. Instead, they each hold one of their parents by the hand and look them in the eye. Not to exhibit these findings, would be to ignore one of the most important statements about our Neolithic ancestors. I'm not aware of any prehistoric grave find that connects us so sensitively with the people of prehistoric times. These were people who, thousands of years ago, felt exactly as we do. The triptych-like presentation with subtle lighting does justice to this. And then the explanations can be read underneath. For a while, until about 30 to 40 years ago, it was en vogue to exhibit graves as the archaeologists found them, i.e. under their feet. Visitors could not only look down on a glass plate placed over the find, but also walk over it. In my opinion, this was rightly abandoned. It is nevertheless possible to show skeletons. In the case of Euler, they were presented vertically to the visitor in a darkened room like a triptych. Even the contours are not brightly illuminated. The explanation of the findings can be found in the lectern display cases. Without having to forego important statements, the entire spectrum of human emotions can be captured at a glance. Even more problematic it becomes when it's not just bones that are supposed to be exhibited, but, for example, mummies. Or, even more problematic, bog bodies, dead bodies whose individual facial features can sometimes still be recognized. The best-known example is certainly the so-called Tolland man, which can be seen in Silkeborg, Denmark. Radiocarbon analyses suggest a date between 405 BC. Around the neck of the 40-year-old man was a leather noose with which he had been strangled or hanged. It's unlikely that he was a simple case of murder. It's not clear whether this was a human sacrifice or an execution. It could be a sacrifice. In prehistoric times, we can assume that a criminal offense represented a violation of divine order, which was restored through the execution of the punishment. In medieval times, they talk about divine judgment. Whether and how corpses and body parts should and can be displayed in museums often depends on the contemporary or religious and ideological context. While Catholics have few problems with the display of bones, as you can see here, this is a view of the Kana of Hallstatt. Protestants, for example, tend to resist this, as the discussion about the bones of Queen Editha found a few years ago in Magdeburg has shown us. This is an example from the church of Walsassen. Earlier generations of researchers had no ethical problems either, as a photo of the important anthropologist and archaeologist Rudolf Virchow in his study, surrounded by skeletons, shows. The important anatomist and physician Philipp Friedrich Theodor Meckel, professor at the University of Halle, even stipulated in his will that after his death, 1803, he would be included in the collection founded by his father and continued by him and his son. His skeleton was supposed to be included in this to then be exhibited as it still can be seen today. You can see here there's still parts of skeletons of his grandchildren, like in the low part of the display case. From a legal and scientific point of view, the display of human remains in Germany is not a problem. I have written an article on this with some colleagues, which will soon be published in the next volume of the Jahresschrift für Mitteldeutsche Vorgeschichte, Annual Journey of Central German Prehistory. Despite all the scientific interest, there's of course a certain creepiness that probably all people feel before death. And of course, this influences the ethical questions. Just a few decades ago, it was common practice in the countryside, at least in my home region of Lower Bavaria, for the deceased to be laid out in the morgue before the funeral. As a child, I myself saw the dead on such occasions as a matter of course. This is, today, this is no longer tradition, also in Lower Bavaria or not. A survey of younger colleagues who are no more than 40 years old showed that none of them had ever seen a dead person. That's strange, a strange phenomenon. Death and also age is something we have taken out of our societal discourse, and that's why the ethical discussion has to be redone by every single society. For example, the controversy surrounding Gunther von Hagen's Body Worlds exhibitions shows this. While they only show bodies of people who expressly admitted to this during their lifetime. Without wanting to make a judgment, perhaps it would be enough to simply regain a more natural relationship to death and old age. Exhibitions could certainly contribute to this. And with this view of the helmet of Stößen in a cross-shaped display case shown at the beginning. This comes back from Thüringen Times. They exhibited here like this, and this, as I said, cross-shaped display case. I thank you for your attention.
That was very instructive, these two examples, as I was assuming, to see them one after the other, because basically we see the same problems that we have to address. One of them is, which became very clear, the key word is narrative as a performance, and that's also the link to the museum, the question of the narrative. Of course, we know from written sources, we do not know what people wanted to do this. For example, the mummy of this Munich Egyptian museum. This is an example. I think I was there 2 years ago, and they decided not to present the mummy, but only the coffin of the mummy, and to have the mummy on another place which is not accessible for the visitors. And I would like to say, to bury the mummy here. That means that the discussion is opened each time, each era. Flowerpark, for example, has to interpret this in a new way, and these are the questions that we have to deal with when you say that graves were destroyed to build this huge mosque. Then we are directly entering the discourse, and we're switching here from one way to the other between religion, staging, performance, ethical questions. And it seems to me that, so I'm going to start with you, Mr. Reichenberger, that the way, I know it from these visits, that the way you, for example, these aspects that can be spiritual, they can be religious, that you present them in a way that you have a mystic, dark atmosphere, which is, well, religion doesn't have to be mystic and dark. Religion can be very loud and vibrant and colorful. Why do you use this pattern, actually? Well, we are an interpretative science, which means we do not just you're using statistical likeliness and probabilities, and we can extra polish also with this human sacrifices. It's an overkill, for example, the Lindau man, for example, where we have, it is assumed that his throat was cut and many other things, and he was shot with an arrow. I don't have the details now. And we have the same finding with the Salzwunder culture 4,000 years before Christ. We can extrapolate it, but we can not be sure about this. I'll give you an example. You have a modern victim of a murder, 23 steps, and then the coroner comes and says that was probably a deed that was committed with a lot of anger in a relation, and in 98 or 99% of the cases that is correct. But imagine you would see Caesar somewhere on the street, the same finding a few slaps, and he would say it is a relation crime. But we know it was a political murder in this case, so there's a certain uncertainty that remains always. And as archaeologists, we are in a difficult situation here. That is why it might be a good idea to keep and maintain this mysticism in a certain way. Well, what I remember of is this narrative and these various uses. And I think that's very exciting, because at the end it shows this change of perspective, and which is inherent here. Could we say that if we are looking into Islamic religion from a museum perspective, you have many objects, and especially from the Turkish wars in Germany and Central Europe and the museums here, I don't know how many so-called Turkish tents could be found and harnesses. And the last one I can remember was in Hesse. Don't remember the city. In Ingolstadt there's another one, and so on and so on. But how could we deal with this so that they're not just objects that are exhibited, but that they're also that we have this connotation, this war connotation, that they have this narrative and the way they are used? I think this is very exciting. Maybe that's a bit far-fetched, but that's what I thought of. Maybe you have a thought that you can share with us about this. Yes. I think it's a question that you have to consider in both ways. So first of all, how can museums learn from practical religion? How can they stage this and to be authentic, so that the staging is authentic? If you think from this perspective, if you have religious objects that are exhibited in the museum, you have various and innovative possibilities. If we think of three-dimensional virtual reality, online, artificial intelligence, and whatever we can think of. So very new possibilities, maybe even things that combine music or living religion in the museum. That's why it was that's why I place the practical religion into the foreground, and the other, or focus on this. And the other question is that it might be very relevant, because in my opinion, it is possible that people who practice such religion, who are believers, to catch their impressions and to speak about them. So what happens if I am going to a Turkish exhibition and I see a prayer book from a soldier of the Osmanic Imperium while they were attacking Malta? So what were the traditions from the prophet that he recited to hope for the protection of God? And what do I feel when I see this object? What were the emotions of this soldier? In what world did he live? And if you want to make these impressions visible, and from a hermeneutic perspective, that's very different, how I see and look at things. If I want to catch these impressions, and as soon as I speak about them and share my thoughts about them, then the moment when it becomes vivid, which means we need dialogue, we need exchange, and we need these impressions. Another key word for both presentations, it becomes clearer and clearer that contextualization is a central piece then we might achieve something that in the museum and can stage it some parts of these very levels and to transport things into the museum. And, well, one thing, I just refer to it briefly. In Germany, we have these burial laws, which are a bit different between the various states of Germany. In Saxony-Anhalt, it is the case that the minimum duration is 15 years. Then there comes a caterpillar if there's no successors anymore. But from a legal perspective, there's no problem. But I did not speak about it before. We have an issue. When there's a colonial context. A good example is the Canada Big Band, which was given back to his tribe. Then we have an issue. Well, I'm going to open the discussion for the audience, so it's your chance to ask questions, to share our thoughts, and to ask these experts.
Ja, Moment, das muss er sich verdienen.
Yeah. I would be interested in what you think about these experiences that we are presenting here. Here to Mr. Karak, the question is, if we speak about the restrictions or respectful treatment of religion in the museum, from the Christian perspective, do you have the same discussions when it comes to exhibiting Islamic objects or Islamic religion in Islamic states? What do you think? Do you mean a specific topic here? Yes. For example, we spoke about it with Mr. Schwillus. What is well known is the exhibition in the Topkapi Palace, where in the Muslim understanding the skull of John the Baptist is exhibited, and something of Moses and the skull of John the Baptist, where it can be found. There are many stories about it. And the footprint of the prophet, and there's many people are very aware of this, and I think you can also find it in architecture. That's why I thought it was interesting, this thought, whether death has to be depicted in dark colors always in the museum. And if I think of how religion is staged in the Muslim context, it's usually very positively, and it's the attempt to show the aesthetically perfect. For example, in the gates of these mosques, which are the gates between this world and the next world, a symbol of that lightness, especially sacred buildings, to make them as perfect as possible, to make them big. So it's also a type of reverence and veneration and respect what we see in these museums, especially in this historic context of God's houses or religious institutions. I think it's very obvious, and if the beard of the prophet is exhibited, then the visitors are connected with the prophet on an emotional level, and people show great. They are awestruck, actually. Well then, any reservations here? Well, it becomes difficult if we have controversial things. The pictures, how can we depict things based on their theological role? The same applies to music, the musical staging, which is widespread actually. The most common example is Cat Stevens or Yusuf Islam, who makes religious music for a huge audience, so there are controversial things in the theological world, but they're not widespread, actually. Yes, thank you very much for this interesting discussion. And again, I think a connecting element or link between museums when it comes to religion is always that it moves between one thing and the other. You want to show a tradition that is connected to us, that's the us, but then there's the other thing. In the same tradition, it is at the same time completely different. And if we speak about the religious past, the famous word is the past is a foreign country, so we're looking at our own traditions. These are our predecessors, but at the same time it's something completely different. And what adds to it, that the audience is very difficult. Some of them identify themselves strongly with this, whereas others might even be in the same family, same group of friends, they do not identify themselves. And they are looking at something very exotic, so there is this tension. It is not clear how to manage this and come to terms with this. And as a museum, that's also a question to myself, as a museum, this widespread space for interpretation can be kept open to have the us and the others presented at the same time. Well, what I showed you might be completely invalid in 20 years. It's contemporary. I didn't have a picture here that I could show you, but you know it, that 30 years ago you had these glass plates with the buried skeletons underneath, which is unthinkable today. So each time has to find its own answers, and each society has to find its own answers. And this changes over time, that's quite clear. I think it all changes. It's a great final word for this second round of today. And some things do not change. For example, that humans want to have a little bit of a meal at noontime. That's why I would like to invite you to have lunch. So I'd like to welcome you back in about 45 minutes here. I know it's a short time, but it might become hectical. So let's try to have a bit of a lunch. Enjoy your meal. But before you do that, I would like to thank our two speakers again, and you get the same book as a present. And that's a bit of an advertising also for Bavaria and Baden-Württemberg. Enjoy your meal.
Religious heritage. Its unique buildings, tranquil spaces, and exquisite artifacts encompass the diversity of European culture and identity. This religious heritage is an invaluable resource that is handed over to us for all generations to enjoy. It is all around us and an integral part of our lives and communities. It includes rich cultural traditions, masterpieces of art, wonderful craftsmanship, and extraordinary music. In an era of globalization, cultural heritage helps us to remember our European cultural diversity, and its understanding develops mutual respect and contributes to dialogue amongst different cultures. The future of religious heritage presents us with challenges and opportunities. Knowledge transfer and innovation will be needed to hand over this remarkable patrimony to future generations, from the creative reuse of historic buildings to educational opportunities, from both real and virtual tourism to strengthening communities. The value of religious heritage is almost limitless. It is up to us to make the most of its potential. Since 2011, Future for Religious Heritage, a European network, has brought together charities, conservation experts, governmental, religious and university institutions, as well as other professionals. FRH is a non-faith, not-for-profit organization that draws its strength from its diverse network. Our mission is to understand the challenges facing religious heritage, as well as the opportunities it presents to develop solutions for the 21st century. Our ambition is to maintain a network of European organizations with a strong structural framework for ongoing intercultural exchanges regarding the protection, conservation, and management of religious heritage. This network is open to you. Please join us now.
Ora et labora. Bete und arbeite. Das ist der Leitsatz benediktinischen Lebens. Im Kloster Lenin hat dieser Leitspruch seine Gültigkeit nicht verloren und es wird ihm auch heute gefolgt. Das ehemalige Zisterzienserkloster wurde 1180 gegründet, zu einer Zeit, in der die Mark Brandenburg sich in der Phase der Christianisierung befand. Der versteinerte Baumstamm, der in der Klosterkirche von Lenin heute noch zu besichtigen ist, zeugt wahrscheinlich von der Überformung eines vorchristlichen Heiligtums. Das Kloster Lenin diente als Hauskloster und Grablege der Brandenburger Landesherren bis zur Reformation. Zunächst fanden die Askanier, beispielsweise Otto VI., später auch die Hohenzollern, ihre letzte Ruhestätte im Kloster Lenin. Gerade die Nähe zu den Hohenzollern verschaffte der Klosteranlage auch in nachklösterlicher Zeit immer wieder eine besondere Aufmerksamkeit. Mit der Reformation und der damit verbundenen Auflösung des Klosters im 16. Jahrhundert begann der allmähliche Verfall des Klosters. Doch im 19. Jahrhundert besann man sich der Bedeutung und Schönheit der Anlage und der Wiederaufbau begann. Seit 1911 ist die Klosteranlage die Heimat des Diakonissen-Mutterhauses. Die Stiftung Evangelisches Diakonissenhaus Berlin-Teltow-Lenin betreibt vor Ort mehrere große sozialdiakonische Einrichtungen. Das Königshaus war eines der ersten mittelalterlichen Hospitäler in Brandenburg. Lenin war demnach schon immer ein Ort, an dem älteren Menschen geholfen wurde. Heute werden in der Klinik für geriatrische Rehabilitation alte Menschen gepflegt und nach einer akuten Erkrankung für den Alltag mobilisiert. Schwerkranke Menschen finden in der letzten Phase ihres Lebens einen ruhigen Ort im stationären Hospiz. Eine große Kita auf dem Gelände bietet umfangreiche Kinderbetreuung. Das Kloster Lenin öffnet auch touristisch und kulturell seine Tore. In Lenin kann man die durch das Kloster geprägte Kulturlandschaft erkunden, Ruhe finden, seine Pilgerreise unterbrechen, aber auch Musik genießen und sich im Museum über das Leben und Wirken von Zisterziensern und Diakonissen informieren. Das Tagungszentrum mit dem Königshaus und dem Kapitelsaal als Tagungsräume gibt jedem die Möglichkeit, hier in klösterlicher Ruhe gemeinsam zu arbeiten und zu leben.
Europe has a rich and deeply rooted religious heritage. Its unique buildings, tranquil spaces, and exquisite artifacts encompass the diversity of European culture and identity. This religious heritage is an invaluable resource that is handed over to us for all generations to enjoy. It is all around us and an integral part of our lives and communities. It includes rich cultural traditions, masterpieces of art, wonderful craftsmanship, and extraordinary music. In an era of globalization, cultural heritage helps us to remember our European cultural diversity, and its understanding develops mutual respect and contributes to dialogue amongst different cultures. The future of religious heritage presents us with challenges and opportunities. Knowledge transfer and innovation will be needed to hand over this remarkable patrimony to future generations, from the creative reuse of historic buildings to educational opportunities, from both real and virtual tourism to strengthening communities. The value of religious heritage is almost limitless. It is up to us to make the most of its potential. Since 2011, Future for Religious Heritage, a European network, has brought together charities, conservation experts, governmental, religious and university institutions, as well as other professionals. FRH is a non-faith, not-for-profit organization that draws its strength from its diverse network. Our mission is to understand the challenges facing religious heritage, as well as the opportunities it presents to develop solutions for the 21st century. Our ambition is to maintain a network of European organizations with a strong structural framework for ongoing intercultural exchanges regarding the protection, conservation, and management of religious heritage. This network is open to you. Please join us now.
Ora et labora. Bete und arbeite. Das ist der Leitsatz benediktinischen Lebens. Im Kloster Lenin hat dieser Leitspruch seine Gültigkeit nicht verloren und es wird ihm auch heute gefolgt. Das ehemalige Zisterzienserkloster wurde 1180 gegründet, zu einer Zeit, in der die Mark Brandenburg sich in der Phase der Christianisierung befand. Der versteinerte Baumstamm, der in der Klosterkirche von Lenin heute noch zu besichtigen ist, zeugt wahrscheinlich von der Überformung eines vorchristlichen Heiligtums. Das Kloster Lenin diente als Hauskloster und Grablege der Brandenburger Landesherren bis zur Reformation. Zunächst fanden die Askanier, beispielsweise Otto VI., später auch die Hohenzollern, ihre letzte Ruhestätte im Kloster Lenin. Gerade die Nähe zu den Hohenzollern verschaffte der Klosteranlage auch in nachklösterlicher Zeit immer wieder eine besondere Aufmerksamkeit. Mit der Reformation und der damit verbundenen Auflösung des Klosters im 16. Jahrhundert begann der allmähliche Verfall des Klosters. Doch im 19. Jahrhundert besann man sich der Bedeutung und Schönheit der Anlage und der Wiederaufbau begann. Seit 1911 ist die Klosteranlage die Heimat des Diakonissen-Mutterhauses. Die Stiftung Evangelisches Diakonissenhaus Berlin-Teltow-Lenin betreibt vor Ort mehrere große sozialdiakonische Einrichtungen. Das Königshaus war eines der ersten mittelalterlichen Hospitäler in Brandenburg. Lenin war demnach schon immer ein Ort, an dem älteren Menschen geholfen wurde. Heute werden in der Klinik für geriatrische Rehabilitation alte Menschen gepflegt und nach einer akuten Erkrankung für den Alltag mobilisiert. Schwerkranke Menschen finden in der letzten Phase ihres Lebens einen ruhigen Ort im stationären Hospiz. Eine große Kita auf dem Gelände bietet umfangreiche Kinderbetreuung. Das Kloster Lenin öffnet auch touristisch und kulturell seine Tore. In Lenin kann man die durch das Kloster geprägte Kulturlandschaft erkunden, Ruhe finden, seine Pilgerreise unterbrechen, aber auch Musik genießen und sich im Museum über das Leben und Wirken von Zisterziensern und Diakonissen informieren. Das Tagungszentrum mit dem Königshaus und dem Kapitelsaal als Tagungsräume gibt jedem die Möglichkeit, hier in klösterlicher Ruhe gemeinsam zu arbeiten und zu leben.
has a rich and deeply rooted religious heritage. Its unique buildings, tranquil spaces, and exquisite artifacts encompass the diversity of European culture and identity. This religious heritage is an invaluable resource that is handed over to us for all generations to enjoy. It is all around us and an integral part of our lives and communities. It includes rich cultural traditions, masterpieces of art, wonderful craftsmanship, and extraordinary music. In an era of globalization, cultural heritage helps us to remember our European cultural diversity, and its understanding develops mutual respect and contributes to dialogue amongst different cultures. The future of religious heritage presents us with challenges and opportunities. Knowledge transfer and innovation will be needed to hand over this remarkable patrimony to future generations, from the creative reuse of historic buildings to educational opportunities, from both real and virtual tourism to strengthening communities. The value of religious heritage is almost limitless. It is up to us to make the most of its potential. Since 2011, Future for Religious Heritage, a European network, has brought together charities, conservation experts, governmental, religious and university institutions, as well as other professionals. FRH is a non-faith, not-for-profit organization that draws its strength from its diverse network. Our mission is to understand the challenges facing religious heritage, as well as the opportunities it presents to develop solutions for the 21st century. Our ambition is to maintain a network of European organizations with a strong structural framework for ongoing intercultural exchanges regarding the protection, conservation, and management of religious heritage. This network is open to you. Please join us now.
Ora et labora. Bete und arbeite. Das ist der Leitsatz benediktinischen Lebens. Im Kloster Lenin hat dieser Leitspruch seine Gültigkeit nicht verloren und es wird ihm auch heute gefolgt. Das ehemalige Zisterzienserkloster wurde 1180 gegründet, zu einer Zeit, in der die Mark Brandenburg sich in der Phase der Christianisierung befand. Der versteinerte Baumstamm, der in der Klosterkirche von Lenin heute noch zu besichtigen ist, zeugt wahrscheinlich von der Überformung eines vorchristlichen Heiligtums. Das Kloster Lenin diente als Hauskloster und Grablege der Brandenburger Landesherren bis zur Reformation. Zunächst fanden die Askanier, beispielsweise Otto VI., später auch die Hohenzollern, ihre letzte Ruhestätte im Kloster Lenin. Gerade die Nähe zu den Hohenzollern verschaffte der Klosteranlage auch in nachklösterlicher Zeit immer wieder eine besondere Aufmerksamkeit. Mit der Reformation und der damit verbundenen Auflösung des Klosters im 16. Jahrhundert begann der allmähliche Verfall des Klosters. Doch im 19. Jahrhundert besann man sich der Bedeutung und Schönheit der Anlage und der Wiederaufbau begann. Seit 1911 ist die Klosteranlage die Heimat des Diakonissen-Mutterhauses. Die Stiftung Evangelisches Diakonissenhaus Berlin-Teltow-Lenin betreibt vor Ort mehrere große sozialdiakonische Einrichtungen. Das Königshaus war eines der ersten mittelalterlichen Hospitäler in Brandenburg. Lenin war demnach schon immer ein Ort, an dem älteren Menschen geholfen wurde. Heute werden in der Klinik für geriatrische Rehabilitation alte Menschen gepflegt und nach einer akuten Erkrankung für den Alltag mobilisiert. Schwerkranke Menschen finden in der letzten Phase ihres Lebens einen ruhigen Ort im stationären Hospiz. Eine große Kita auf dem Gelände bietet umfangreiche Kinderbetreuung. Das Kloster Lenin öffnet auch touristisch und kulturell seine Tore. In Lenin kann man die durch das Kloster geprägte Kulturlandschaft erkunden, Ruhe finden, seine Pilgerreise unterbrechen, aber auch Musik genießen und sich im Museum über das Leben und Wirken von Zisterziensern und Diakonissen informieren. Das Tagungszentrum mit dem Königshaus und dem Kapitelsaal als Tagungsräume gibt jedem die Möglichkeit, hier in klösterlicher Ruhe gemeinsam zu arbeiten und zu leben.
has a rich and deeply rooted religious heritage. Its unique buildings, tranquil spaces, and exquisite artifacts encompass the diversity of European culture and identity. This religious heritage is an invaluable resource that is handed over to us for all generations to enjoy. It is all around us and an integral part of our lives and communities. It includes rich cultural traditions, masterpieces of art, wonderful craftsmanship, and extraordinary music. In an era of globalization, cultural heritage helps us to remember our European cultural diversity, and its understanding develops mutual respect and contributes to dialogue amongst different cultures. The future of religious heritage presents us with challenges and opportunities. Knowledge transfer and innovation will be needed to hand over this remarkable patrimony to future generations, from the creative reuse of historic buildings to educational opportunities, from both real and virtual tourism to strengthening communities. The value of religious heritage is almost limitless. It is up to us to make the most of its potential. Since 2011, Future for Religious Heritage, a European network, has brought together charities, conservation experts, governmental, religious and university institutions, as well as other professionals. FRH is a non-faith, not-for-profit organization that draws its strength from its diverse network. Our mission is to understand the challenges facing religious heritage, as well as the opportunities it presents to develop solutions for the 21st century. Our ambition is to maintain a network of European organizations with a strong structural framework for ongoing intercultural exchanges regarding the protection, conservation, and management of religious heritage. This network is open to you. Please join us now.
This afternoon, and who of you who have not been here for the first time, you know the ritual of changing the microphone. Mr. Harald Schwillus will do the theoretical morning, and me as a museum person will lead you through the practical afternoon. So I'm pleased to see you again, to see you back here, that you all have returned, and the headline is Staging of Religion in the Museum Context, where we want to look at real examples, how religion can be presented in a museum. This morning we already started to go into this practical field because Mr. Reichenberger already explained us some very practical implementations. We're going to start with the presentation of Professor Dr. Krusen from the University of Bergen in Norway with the title Medieval Art Between Church and Museum, A Journey to and Fro, or There and Back. And dear Justin, it's a great pleasure to welcome you here today and to introduce you. Justin Krusen is working in Bergen in Norway, but he's Dutch. That is why he studied in Groningen, but he's a real European, because it wasn't enough for him to study in Groningen. He also studied in Bilbao in Spain, and his PhD was done in theology and religious science at the University of Groningen in 2003. and his work was about the medieval altars in Spain and Portugal. After that, he was a professor at the University of Groningen for about 10 years, and since 2016 he's in Bergen, in Norwegen, as the curator of the University Museum, and he's responsible for the art collection of the church, and it's called in Norwegian Kirke Kunstsammling, for all of those who speak perfect Norwegian. Dear Justin, thank you very much for joining us and for giving us a presentation as an introduction to the tension between church and museum, and the stage is yours. Thanks. Well, Stefan, thank you very much for this kind introduction. And thanks again also for the invitation, for having me here at Michelstein Monastery. Ladies and gentlemen, the relationship between churches and museums is complex and ambiguous. Both have many aspects in common because of their archaeological and artistic value, and as places to store precious artifacts ranging from sculptures to relics, liturgical implements, charters and other documents, antiquities and curiosities of all kinds. Churches have arguably been described as proto-museums. This idea underlies, among other things, the interesting British project God's Collections, an initiative by Crispin Payne and Jessica Hughes. They claim that long before the advent of the modern museum, the idea of a stable and public storage and exhibition space had already been invented. In churches, like museums, they are protected and controlled spaces designed for the survival of the objects within them. Here we see a medieval village church, and the interior is very packed, actually, and has come. And today this church is a museum. Trönö is in Sweden, north of Stockholm. The statement that museums are the cathedrals of modern society has almost become a cliché in the meantime. This is Bilbao, where I studied for one semester. In the Middle Ages, the cathedral was the symbol of the proud urban community. Nowadays, museums are the most prestigious commissions for famous architects. Cities even compete with each other to open emblematic museums in the hope that they will become major attractions. The Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, designed by Frank Gehry and inaugurated in 1997, has repeatedly been described as the Cathedral of Titanium. In 2007, the extension by renowned architect Rafael Moneo was opened at the Prado Museum in Madrid, 5 years after his Cathedral of Our Lady of the Angels in Los Angeles, USA, was inaugurated. Apparently, the unique character of Moneo's designs is well received by visitors to the most important Catholic church in the California metropolis, as well as by art lovers visiting the Prado in Madrid. Perhaps the two buildings have more in common than just the name of their architect. Both remind the visitor that there is a dimension to life that is greater than ourselves. In the case of cathedrals, this is God, the Virgin, or the saints. And in the case of museums, it is art, in the sense of the saying, ars longa, vita brevis. Several authors have claimed that in secularized societies, the museum has replaced the church as a place where citizens go in search of the transcendent, comparing the experience of the aesthetic with that of the sacred. In an interview, Lieke Vinja of the Catharine Convent in Utrecht in Museum The Netherlands argued that the church and the museum complement each other as places designed for the search for the transcendent. In both, the visitor receives support and instruction. She points to the Oude Kerk in Amsterdam, which functions as a museum on weekdays, while hosting a choir rehearsal every Wednesday evening and a church service every Sunday. So it's a cohabitation. Museum and church influence each other and take elements from each other without the museum completely replacing the church. Museums have inherited part of the sacred aura, to use Walter Benjamin terms, from the art of the church context. The architecture of classical museums often made conscious reference to ecclesiastical architecture, such as the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam in the late 19th century. The Gallery of Honor was designed as a nave of a medieval church, and in the choir, at the end, in place of the high altar, Rembrandt's famous Night Watch can be seen. It is somewhat ironic that this happened in a country where all works of art disappeared from the churches during the Reformation in the 16th century. After 3 Calvinist centuries, Dutch society built itself a national cathedral to house the relic of the national hero, an artist. Many museums throughout Europe are known to have their roots in ecclesiastical collections. In the 17th century, the canon Marco Antonio Boldetti in Rome began to collect epigraphic material from the Church of St. Mary in Trastevere and the previously discovered catacombs, and he exhibited it in the portal of the same basilica on the left side, where it is still located today. In the 18th century, also in Rome, the first Roman Museum of Sacred Art was opened, which later became the Vatican Museums. Although the material on display is the same in both places, the first is visited today as a church and the second as a museum. Many of the artifacts that can be admired in museums today were placed in churches just over a century ago, where they were embedded in a context of liturgy and devotion. There's something contradictory about that transfer to museums. On the one hand, museums have saved thousands of artworks by preventing them from being sold or destroyed. On the other hand, handing the works over to the museum also meant decontextualizing them, which always entails a loss. The museum has therefore repeatedly been described as the asylum or even the cemetery of art. In view of these contradictory aspects, one could say that the museum is both a blessing and a curse for ecclesiastical art. In my lecture today, medieval art plays the main role. The ambiguity between churches and museums that I have just hinted at is clearly reflected in the history of today's Bergen University Museum. The museum was founded in 1825 as Bergen's Museum and is one of the oldest of its kind in Europe. It was precisely during this period that a massive wave of destruction of medieval churches took place in Norway. The Lutheran Church wanted spacious, brightly lit and modern buildings, and within 50 years, hundreds of churches were demolished all over the country. In Torpo, the hull of the medieval wooden church was exceptionally preserved next to the new church. Many of the artifacts that had been left in the medieval churches after the Reformation were now directly threatened by this wave of demolitions. Some of them were brought to the museum in Bergen. Even more than the religious content of the artifacts, the founders focused on their significance as Norway's national heritage. The first director of the museum, Wilhelm Freeman Coren Christie, was a prominent figure in the Norwegian independence movement. In recent years, museum visitors have complained to me several times that they have to come to Bergen to see the artifacts from their churches in Western Norwegian villages, but they also have to pay admission to the museum. My answer is always that if the museum had not collected the artifacts in the 19th century, these works would probably not exist today. And for many, that is quite a satisfying answer. That is a good news. A few years ago, my colleague in the Templar network, the French medievalist Vincent Debier, described the modern museum as a temple dedicated to the worship of works of art. Children are encouraged to remain silent, and the sterile walls sacralize, so to speak, the visitor's relationship with the artworks, as if touching them were a sacrilege. According to Debier, the aura of the objects in the museum, as in the church, is primarily related to their uniqueness. At the same time, he observes that this is not the same in both contexts. In the museum, reverence for the work has shifted from religious content to veneration of the artist's person and his or her talent. The cult of God and the saint has, so to speak, been transformed into the cult of human genius. Museum visitors try to understand the themes, forms, colors, and techniques of the works of art in order to classify them into epochs and schools. In other words, they try to understand the visible part of the works. In the Middle Ages, on the other hand, viewers of the same works, that is the faithful, try to, above all, to grasp their invisible aspect, namely God as the hidden creative force of the universe. According to Debier, the challenge for the modern museum is to treat the religious image as it is, an object that conveys something visible and at the same time something invisible. He emphasizes, and this is fundamental, that the religious value of medieval art does not depend on the individual convictions of the visitors, but lies in the work itself. The modern museum should therefore endeavor to imagine the works in their original place and in their original effect. In the next few minutes, I would like to briefly present some examples from my own experience. I like to start in my own museum. The Bergen Museum, the forerunner of today's University Museum, proposed such a contextual perspective on medieval art as early as the mid-19th century, regardless of any Christian beliefs. In 1853, the museum directors formulated the aim of the exhibition as follows, quotation, "The works should," and I'm quoting the translation, "the works should impress people by stimulating quiet contemplation, elevate their thoughts above the hustle and bustle of everyday life, and thereby ennoble their souls." Thus they recognize the ability of medieval art to evoke and convey a transcendental dimension without conveying a specifically religious but merely a spiritual message. In many museums, however, the transcendent aspect of medieval art, its invisible dimension according to Debier, is recognized very little. In her foreword to the anthology Religion in Museums, Sally Promey, professor at Yale Divinity School, argues that the 18th century Enlightenment created the museum as an essentially secular institution. For the Enlightenment thinkers, religion was a relic of the dark past and a sign of a less advanced culture. This led to a general silence about the spiritual value of the works, which inevitably entailed a loss. Promey writes, and I translate, "While museums make some things visible, they hide others and condemn them to invisibility. Historically, these aspects are often about belief and religious practice." In his contribution to the same volume, Tom Freudenheim, an American museum director and art critic, describes the museum and religion as uneasy companions, and observes in art museums a persistent discomfort with anything other than the most superficial explanations of religious and ritual practices, especially in the context of Christianity. which is a quite interesting thing. Europe's most important religious heritage has thus become the elephant in the room of the modern museum. The widespread, and when I was presenting that, we have the fear of contact of modern museums with regard to religion. In the labeling of the previous exhibition of church art at the University Museum in Bergen, which was created by my predecessor Henrik von Aachen in 1995, the religious content played the main role. It explains, for example, why Mary is holding the child this way or that, and how the crucifixion visualizes the core of the Mass liturgy. The museum had to be closed for 2 years, and we are currently thinking about its future presentation. Although it is certainly right and even more necessary to convey the religious message of the artworks, I will try to add something to the approach, or above all, to expand it. In addition to the religious content, I would also like to emphasize the cultural connections that are made tangible by the collection. The spectacular Madonna from Hove on the Sognefjord, for example, bears a strong resemblance to the so-called Notre Dame des Miracles in Saint-Omer in northern France. In this way, the art helps to shed a light on the Norwegian-French connections in the 13th century, which have so far gone largely unnoticed by researchers, because Norwegians were looking at their connections with England rather than the French connections. Unfortunately, in the existing museum landscape, a division can be observed between museums that focus almost exclusively on the form and style of the objects, while others, for example many diocesan museums, focus primarily on the religious message. All too often this results in an either-or situation. We either have culture or religion, something like everyday life versus Sunday. For example, the Academic Museum Monday to Friday and the Church Museum on Sundays. I find this unfortunate, especially in the art of the Middle Ages, an era where culture and religion completely coincided, or at least could not be separated. In my opinion, a solution begins by not starting with religion and culture as juxtaposition, but with religion is culture. Religion is the core expression of a culture, precisely because it touches on its most comprehensive aspects, such as morality, the meaning of life, origin and purpose, in short, the why of things. I would like to add that religion does not always have to be discussed in lofty terms, we spoke about it this morning, but can also be dealt with at eye level by taking lived religion, where we heard many wonderful examples, by taking this as a starting point. One aspect of lived religion of the previous church and art exhibition at the Bergen Museum that I would like to retain in the future is the impression of space, which seemed somewhat cramped and therefore somewhat confusing, or did so because the exhibition does not exist at the moment. Small hidden rooms were created using aluminium frames, evoking the look of, to the left, that's the Museum Bergen, and they evoke the look of chapels in a medieval church. A tour was like a visit to a church, with something new to discover in each chapel, as can still be experienced, for example, in the church of St. Egidian in Bardejov, Slovakia. Although all the items in the collection have been removed from their original context, the museum, on the other hand, undoubtedly offered us the best opportunity to visualize the interior of a medieval church in Western Norway. The room was, even though you can't see it from this picture, it was semi-dark, as is often the case in churches. Some museums, or especially their designers, sometimes overdo it by illuminating the objects excitingly and suggestively from below or directly from above with focused spotlights. Unfortunately, this often creates the impression of a haunted house rather than that of a serious museum. The image of the Middle Ages that is conveyed in this way is the misleading cliché of an era that was plagued by fear of death, disease, war, hunger, and violence, and in which the danger was always lurking. For decades, various museums have been attempting to recreate the spatial atmosphere of the medieval church. One well-known example is the Cloisters, an offshoot of the Metropolitan Museum in New York, where, unlike in the main museum, an attempt has been made to show the works in their spatial context. The wall paintings from the Church of Santa Maria de Cap de Aran are displayed in the Romanesque Alps from the Spanish town of Fuentidueña. So they're from two different churches. Under the ark hangs a Romanesque crucifix from Castile, above an altar whose front is covered by an antependium from Ginestère de Cardos. The installation is thus composed of decontextualized elements from different churches, creating what could be called a false historicity. But at the same time, they help us to imagine the original effect of the works in the sacred space, where they formed a stage for the liturgy. And that's exactly what they do. And they can be seen in their context, to see the crucifix from below. The Schnüttgen Museum in Cologne is in the privileged position of being housed, something that is not possible in New York, in a medieval church. That's where they are located, the Sicily Church. The same is also the case at the Unterlinden Museum in Colmar, where the famous Isenheim altarpiece by Matthias Grünewald is on display. Although in both museums the works of art on display did not originally belong to the churches, the medieval space nevertheless provides a natural and appropriate background for viewing the artifacts. But that is quite a luxury that you can use a medieval church. Even in museums with a more academic approach, such as the Berlin Gemäldegalerie or the Hamburg Kunsthalle, it is possible to take the aspect of lived religion into consideration. The visit to the Museum Wallraff in Cologne this summer was a positive experience for me. Here, the short accompanying texts attempt to present the link between religion and culture in an accessible and engaging way. The texts are accessible to a wide audience and at the same time stimulating and surprising for specialists and experts, without falling into banal simplifications. I quote here from the English language catalogue. A Broadway table with 31 Passion scenes is presented as the Passion in CinemaScope. A painted panel with the heads of Christ, Mary and John under the heading, you see to the left side, Multimedia in the Middle Ages, and the panel of the coronation of the Virgin Mary as Apocalypse Now. Quite exciting. In the scene of the adoration of the shepherds by the Flemish painter Jan de Beer, the light effect is explained as follows. This quote, "The absolute source of light is in
Christ child itself. All of the other lights, such as Joseph's candle on the right, the fire in the hearth on the left, or the solstice fire in the background, fail to have a shadow in the face of such effulgence."
So in modern language, it's a bit more poetic to call for something without over-explaining it. In the large hall, the original context of the Gothic altars on display is not imitated by some early 20th century church pews, but merely evoked. Although these have nothing to do historically with the medieval origins of the works, and it is perfectly acceptable to sit on them, they evoke an ecclesiastical atmosphere in an associative way. In my opinion, the success of the Wallraf Museum approach lies in the fact that there is no fear of contact with religion here, and they have understood how to deal with religious content freely and objectively, while conveying perspectives from centuries ago to a contemporary audience. It is undeniable that in order to understand the Middle Ages and the medieval mentality, Christianity must also be taken into account. How far a museum goes in this explanatory mission depends on the visual literacy and familiarity with the Christian tradition of the public. This is not unambiguous and static, but very different and always in movement. Sally Promi, mentioned above, interestingly observed that museums may be one of the few places where visitors meet religion. So it's for many visitors the only place where they can see religion, which is a paradoxon. Young people in particular, who are the future of museums, have less and less knowledge of and affinity with Christianity. So the challenge for museums is to take Christianity into consideration in an unbiased, open-minded and unintimidating way, without evangelizing or becoming preaching. A helpful metaphor in the museum presentation of objects of both church, of ecclesiastical and other origins, is that of the biography of the objects. In the case of the ecclesiastical art from the Middle Ages, the most important stages in its life are the artist's studio, the church, and the museum. Because the work spent by far the longest time in the church and was created for it, this should be emphasized in its explanation. In his contribution to religion in museums, David Morgan argues that it is the curator's challenge to reconstruct how an object has moved through time and space, and to somehow take this history into account in the presentation. He wants the object to be removed from the abstract, the Platonic space of the museum, and be returned to the world that created and used it, and to which we owe it as its heirs. The object has thus completed its outward and return journey that you can see also from our title. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. We heard a lot about the relation between churches and museums. Thank you so much for your contribution, and we'll see each other shortly up here on the stage in the discussion round. So now I'll quickly introduce you to our next speaker and our next presentation, the Shum Communities in Museum and Digitally, Making 1000 Years Speak, by Dr. Susanne Urban from the University of Marburg. So we'll stick to the same approach, using different approaches. So we just heard a lot about Christian culture and religion in this context, and now we will move on to the Jewish context. In order to save us some time, I will only use a few words to introduce Dr. Susanne Urban. Dear Susanne, you're also a historian. You studied, or rather you did your PhD. Lost my line here, sorry. So you did your PhD at the University of Potsdam. And we asked you to be here because between 2015 and 2022 you were managing director of the Shum cities. What this means you will explain for us shortly. Speyer, Worms and Mainz. Since then, you also, beyond that, you also work at RIAS, the Research and Information Center, Antisemitism in Hesse. And you had the Moorish Jewish Heritage Network. Susanne, please come to the stage. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you digested our lunch, so you're able to listen. As you can see, I only have some sheets of paper with some notes, rather than the full presentation here. And I'm still waiting on my PowerPoint presentation. Time is not running yet, as long as I don't have my presentation. I gave it to you yesterday. You saved it under 1:30. Just 1 second. I can also give it to you again if you need it.
Ich glaube, die ganzen hilfreichen Hände wissen, dass ich es gestern habe aufspielen lassen. Insofern beharre ich drauf.
So I'll insist. I think many people here know that I copied it yesterday. I'll try to entertain you in the meantime.
Soll ich es nochmal hochbringen, den Stick? Ja?
Okay, so I'll bring it to you once more.
Auf der FRH-Konferenz in Krakau lief die Technik manchmal auch nicht.
At the FRH conference in Krakow, we also had some technical issues, but I tried to calm everybody down, saying if you look at the context of our world right now, 10 minutes of delay due to technical issues is really no train crash. Let's see which one of my many files you're going to extract now. It's the file exhibiting Schum, and it's the PowerPoint presentation. All right, so I'll start. 3 minutes past. All right, I will talk to you about the Schum communities, Speyer, Worms and Mainz, in the museum and digitally. 1,000 years of history. How do you exhibit that? How do we approach this? We do all of that. I will start by saying that there is the UNESCO World Heritage at the Schum cities with their Jewish medieval heritage, Jewish cemeteries, and so on. In 2021 turned UNESCO World Heritage. Since late 2015, I've cooperated I've been part of this project, and I will never understand the state of 2021 because we were in the times of pandemics, and I followed the process very closely. We weren't sure if it was going to go through, but it did. We did an application of more than 1,000 pages. We brought together all documentation, gathered it, and we passed at the date I already mentioned. And the head of the Jewish community in Mainz and me, we looked at each other and we both almost started crying. It was the first Jewish World Heritage in Europe that's genuinely Jewish, because everything else, Krakow, Trebizond or Prague, these World Heritage sites only have the Jewish aspect as a sort of footnote. But there was no genuinely Jewish World Heritage site in Europe and in Germany, so Schum was the first one. and then Erfurt became the second one. What is Schum? Schum are the communities of the Schum cities. That's the first letters of the Hebrew names of the cities, Spira, Speyer, Ramaiser, Worms, and Magenza, Mainz. I could tell you a lot about the history of these places, but that's not what we're talking about here. Good to know is probably, though, that in the 10th century, those communities flourished and brutally ended in 1349 with the plague program. In these 300 years, or almost 400 years, Schum became a brand, as you would say these days, in the Jewish world, and remain to be. They stem from the Western European Judaism. Architecture was thought there, liturgy was thought there, and those things still stay alive today. That brings us, that's the bridge to the Rebbe of tomorrow. We're talking about a lot of old stones, but we're not talking about something that's dead, because all of these stones are highly alive for the Jewish community. So we can say Schum is many things, not only significant in terms of the Judaism, but still very alive in liturgy, especially with the high festivities in Judaism. It's transnational, trans-territorial, urban, mobile, textual, a Jewish space. It goes well beyond the space of those cities or synagogues also, and they cross times, and they're still alive. So what can we exhibit? What do we have that we can exhibit? You can see the old Jewish cemetery here. We can't exhibit it. We can only describe it. We can invite people to go there. Then we have drawings. We have documentation, not much. We have documentation leading us to what's today Belarus, like on this drawing, the second from the right. Worms was a contrast here to Jerusalem. This is a drawing that covered the ceiling back in the time. And then on the very right-hand side here, we see the remains of the synagogue in Speyer. So what do you do with this? You look at what it means today. Why? You might think, why is Leonard Cohen on my in my presentation? I will get into that in a little bit. He is a Jew from the Cohen family, so from a priest family. He dealt a lot with Schum and looked into it. Then we have women in Schum. So in their time, so 10th until 14th century, were cantorists, did work, were honored on the cemeteries and also in the transmissions that we have. Then we have legends like the Kolem, the aid of the Jewish world when push comes to shove. So how do you want to exhibit, or can you exhibit all of these things? We don't have any artifacts, or hardly any. We will not take tombstones from the cemetery and put them in a museum. The synagogue in Worms is now rebuilt, and it will remain there. And then there's another thing, the artifacts that do exist. There's a handful. The remains of the first Jewish museum in Worms from 1924, where it was told that there is a home right as a German Jew, and they told about the old roots. Now today this is not done anymore because it's not wanted that it needs to be proven. So we have to tell more. We have to talk about post-traumatic spaces, like the synagogue in Worms, several times maybe actually, and then it's being rebuilt several times. So these are stories, narratives of Jewish resilience. That's tradition, as you can see it after the 7th of October. And that's also the story the stones tell us. So it's a story also of renewal and of remembrance, and that brings you into Jewish everyday life. What we just heard this morning about the Pesach, every year in the Jewish community, they think back to the times of slavery and suffering, and this over generations. So how do you put all of that into a museum? Then there's the space, the site. And somebody asks you, "Oh, Mr. Urban, please rebuild our exhibition, please redo it." Okay, yeah, I'm happy to do it, but what are the parameters? And this morning I had a lot of jealousy looking at Dr. Reichenberger, because you told so much about your installations. And I was thinking we had 120 square meters. We had 110,000 euros for architecture, technology, everything we needed for the exhibition. And we had one advantage. Because of our application at the UNESCO, we were well prepared, and we already had all the information at hand. But showing knowledge is boring. You can't exhibit that. So we had the new Jewish museum that was built on the remains of the old Jewish community house from the 12th century, and there's a wall dating back to the 13th century. And that made me think, if we rebuild this wall, then this room will be really, really dark. So this wall tells the story of this house. Then we thought, okay, where do we go from here? We decided to do thematic islands. The chronology is not really that interesting. There's lots of stories of destruction and so on. So we take the narratives and we build these thematic islands. That's something that I thought was great. We had counsel from Jewish people, and we wanted to use the Jewish perspective to tell the story. We used these icons, these topics that we chose, like the synagogue from Worms, women, water, Jewish places, news from Shum. We will hear about that later. 1,000 stones for the cemeteries. Cemetery doesn't really evoke great ideas, but yeah, the 1,000 stones that can tell 1,000 stories. And then there's also scholarship. And these individual small islands of topics have their own architecture based on the spaces that we were actually in. The gate for Shum, you can see that here on the right-hand side, that's taken from the flyer. And here on the left, you can see it in full scale. We built this gate. We used old illustrations, old Masor illustrations, so that's a prayer book for the holidays. That means the opening yourself for God, for the salvation, and thus also for Jewish life. You go in there, you hear voices, you hear horses, so you enter a new world without trying to stage something that's been destructed, it's been destroyed and can't be rebuilt. So we didn't want to show home right or the Jewish roots. We also didn't want to show Judaism behind glass in a display case. We wanted to show the daily life, everyday life, to bring this everyday life of Shum as it is lived today, and we wanted to bring that into the museum. What also mattered to us was that this museum is not only an interesting place for non-Jewish people, but rather that they can understand Shum as part of their world. So if they're from Worms or Speyer or Mainz, this might be interesting to them, and they can learn about something that's part of their place. And then, of course, we wanted to also attract Jewish visitors. Shum attracts Jewish visitors. Jewish people, once in their lifetime, have to go to the Shum communities. That's their roots, and they have to visit that, almost like Mecca for Muslims. And then we have these items that we show in display cases, like here on the right-hand side, in the glass display case. That's left over from the Jewish Museum that held 2,000 objects. Then if you show these things, you don't have to tell the story of Shoah, because the items themselves tell the story and show the destruction. We have small items that we spread all over the place that can be discovered. On the left-hand side and below here, you see this item, a menorah from Worms. This was taken by a small girl fleeing on a child's transport. That was her relation to the city of Worms, and she gave it back to the city where it belonged. It tells the story of exile, of starting anew, and it also tells the story of the Jewish people in Worms. Then we tried to design the architecture very scaled back. We printed on wood directly. We alluded to sandstone. That is the stone that many tombstones are made from, also the synagogue in Worms. And we try to implement these architectural elements. You can see it here on the left-hand side. We allude to a column as you would find it in the synagogue in Worms. Then the topic of mikveh, we included that as well, where there's these ritual baths in Schum. That's not just architectural history. These are highly spiritual and social places of gathering. This spirituality and this social space that was created there served as protection for women as they were under threat after the Crusades. You wouldn't go into the Rhine River because that would be quite dangerous for you. And you could be attacked, assaulted, and the water itself also wasn't clean enough. We here created this sort of photographic game. We have photographs, and explanations to the photographs can be noted down, so people who already have the knowledge can use it, and people who don't know yet, they can read the text if they wish to. Then we included the color blue from the water, and we put an emphasis on good lighting. In Jewish spirituality, it's said that water is fluid light, which transports you to cleanliness. We try to implement that in the architecture. In the basement, you will find something else there. The topic is scholarship. There's a piece of art by Joshua Ababana, a US-American and British artist living in the USA at the moment. And he dealt a lot with Judaism. He renewed the golem. When I saw this and I got in touch with him, he was so happy to give it to us. He always wanted it to be in a basement. He didn't even know the museum, but he gave it to us. This piece of art then ended up with us. This is an idea that was born in Worms, once and for all, and not in Prague. Alizia Vaz wrote the first two comments on very old antique Jewish writings and explained how you make a figure like this based on a combination of letters and forms so that the Jewish people have a protector by their side. Alizia von Worms in 1147 was assassinated by two crusaders in hope of finding money there. And when they didn't find the money, they killed the people present. And this Alizia von Worms, who wrote this comment, tried to empower himself, tried to find a way to deal with this incident. And this legend then wandered from Worms to Prague, and then popular culture came in, and this shows how shows the effect of Schum. Because during the Nazi times, certain Jewish superheroes were created. And they are basically nothing else than modern golems. So we have these Jewish traditions that are passed on and on and on, and eventually you will also get the interest of adolescents if you talk about popular culture. And now talking about scholarship, we see this little architectural element here, which kind of looks like books that you can go into to discover many, many things. Among others, as you can see here on the on the right-hand side, there's a liturgy, the Unita Nikukev, which is celebrated at Yom Kippur and other holidays. And this goes back to Schum. Leonard Cohen, after having been at the Yom Kippur Krieg in Israel, when he returned back to Canada, he adopted this liturgy, this prayer. It's about who will enter the Book of Life in the coming year and how does that all happen. And he wrote a song based on this. I could hum this for you, but I'd rather not. So this relation, if you sit down here, you can listen to the 8 minutes of the original song or the 4 minutes version by Leonard Cohen. Footnote here, when we got the rights to use the song for free in our exhibition, we were so happy. This usually is so costly, but the people owning the rights understood the importance of the song for this place. This brings us to popular culture. Now, cemeteries, they are books of memory and remembrance. They tell thousands of years of history, of culture, of people. They not only tell a story about ornaments and certain windows. No, every single stone tells a story of a person. All stones have been transcribed, and you can access them online. Working with that and seeing that they're almost like love letters by that were written by the family members still alive to the people who died. Yeah. You have little ornaments, we have these slabs telling stories, elements and flowers and birds. You can go into the cemetery and discover for yourself. And then we thought we have to make this even more modern, so we wrote News from Schum. This was a festivity of creativity, and we created this sort of news feed that shows what's happening at the moment. Starting in the 11th century, this speaker, we got Petra Gerster, the speaker, on board, and she spoke the news for us. She thought the idea was great and was on board immediately, and she basically did it like an anchorwoman, like a newscast, telling to the woman for whom it matters. We developed the texts, I think it's 7 minutes of news, and it's all accessible online. This wasn't enough, and the new synagogue in Mainz said, we also want a new exhibition in a very crazy space of the new synagogue in Mainz. We decided for the title Roots for the Future. Sounds strange, but it's not a paradox. Jewish Schum has roots that date back so long that they also go up into the sky, and those who want to see the relation throughout these 1,000 years. We exhibited a few items, we used small nooks and crannies. To exhibit these things, we used a lot of photographs. And this all happened in this building, which is amazing, and implemented Kiddushah, that term, into the architecture itself. This is a museum of vivid Judaism incorporated in modern architecture, and I stay in this time frame. We then thought, who would be our visitors? How can we attract people? So we also did a digital implementation. We have the audio guide via an app. You don't have to rent the devices or whatever, so you just come in with your own smartphone, you use your headphones, and can use the audio guide while you go through the exhibition. We have audio stories, other audio content that you can find online. And we thought this still is not enough. We need another app that supports that's the online tour for people on their sofa or people that are walking through Mainz, Speyer or Worms, and they can hear different stories as well. So I need to tell you the story of the last story here. Working together with the Jewish community, who is the owner of these buildings, we work together with them, And we developed stories that are a bit, that link up the past and present, that tell love stories that can go through, last for centuries. And in the last story, I talked to Sally Levy and sent him through Mainz. And he meets a student from Australia whose grandfather still knew this rabbi. He doesn't find a lot because everything is destroyed, and all of a sudden Sally Levy falls from the sky and goes through Mainz with him. I love to write stories like these. When the app was published, you could use it to walk through Mainz. And I received an email 2.5 years back. A complete surprise to me. I was reading it and I started to feel hot and cold. And the email was by Sally Levy's granddaughter. She was so happy and so excited about what we did. She didn't know him. She didn't have the chance to get to know him. He died of a heart attack while waiting for the visa for the United States. And she wrote to me, I felt like I met my grandparents in a totally new way. So that was one result we achieved. You see, Schum doesn't let you go. Next summer we will write, we're already working on it, a small biography about Sally Levy, and his granddaughter read it for us as well. And this is what happens when you deal with 1,000 years of history. The last image. What are 1,000 years? The family Kalonymus founded the Jewish community in Schum. Coming from Lucca, they came here with everyone, with a nanny, with everything they had. They were quite well off and very spiritual. This was the dynasty of Schum. When I met Jonathan Kalmanovic, aka Ben Salomo, a rapper and activist, I asked him, do you know where that name comes from, Kalanovic? No, he didn't, Kalonymus. And we went on a journey, made a movie of 51 minutes, showing him following the traces in Schum. It touched him in a completely new spiritual and religious way and put him in touch with his ancestors and roots. Since he really ingests those places that we visited, it became a true journey for the both of us, and it does something with the people. People are moved when they go to Schum. For those people who have a relation to Schum, a personal relation, but also everybody else, because it becomes clear what the effect of this community is. If you watch a superhero movie like The Avengers, even that has something to do with Schum. And that, for me personally, that's the interesting thing. If you say, as we heard it this morning, it's all about passing on the story from generation to generation, but not just pass on the story, but develop questions, create new poetry, create new song, and all of that is happening. I hope it happens in the museum, digitally, and with Sally Levy. So thank you very much for your attention.
And to briefly combine these two presentations, I think that Susanne, your presentation gave us a picture for the sentence of Justin, where it says that religion and culture are the core expression of culture. So now we're going to have the third presentation at this afternoon, in this condensed form that we expected. And this is a presentation, Our Islam, Your Islam, jointly exhibiting religion together with Muslim communities in Berlin, presented by Michaela Krebs from the State Museums of Berlin, the Ethnological Museum, and today we can say that it is the Humboldt Forum, so everybody knows what it is about and what is the context and the background of Dr. Krebs. She is, since 2022, she's the curator of the North African, Western and Central Asian collection of the Ethnographic Museum in Berlin. She studied Islamic science, ethnography and Central Asian science in Freiburg, Istanbul, in Berlin, and made a PhD about the arts craft in Central Asia. So a huge field, a huge area. So please, Dr. Krebs, come to the front for your presentation. Thanks again for coming. Hello everybody. Yes, since 2022 I'm the curator at the Ethnological Museum at the Humboldt Forum, as we call it. And it's an important thing because what I'm going to report about is much older than my job at the museum. The exhibition and the beginning of the planning started in the early 2000s years, and at the beginning of 2022 I found or took over a complete exhibition with the note, you just have to put it into the museum now. And this is important because many detailed questions are only known to me from hearing it, and the title of this presentation and the title Central Asia and West Africa, it was called Islamic Orient, and the change to this more contemporary title is not unimportant because it makes it clearer that our collection does not have many Islamic objects. I would say 10 to 15% of the collection can be called as religious objects, and as objects which in the broader sense can be veils, amulets. They have a religious background, but not necessarily religious objects. The remains of the 28,000 objects in my administration are everyday objects that might be used by Christian, Jewish and Muslim inhabitants of this region between Palestine and China. So the overall collection has three huge areas. That's the crafts and identity in Central Asia, which is a major part of our collection. Then we have an area that is about cultural contacts between Persian and the Osmanic Empire and Europe in the 19th century. So we have the oldest objects of our collection from the middle of the 19th century, and then the third part, aspects of Islam, which is dedicated to the religion of Islam. Still, that is quite a lot if you consider that we have only a small amount of suitable objects, and religion in the Humboldt Forum is something that is trying to be avoided. It is, in fact, the only exhibition which is expressively in the whole entire museum. It's the only exhibition that deals with religion. And many objects come from the Ethnological Museum and come from non-Islamic curators, and they designed it. So that's what we see in the texts and in the displays, that it is an external view on Islam. The topics that are dealt with have to do with protection and healing. So that's how it gives us the opportunity to show the huge collection of amulets. Many parts are about the mystic Islam, and then one part is called a literary collection about pilgrimage and the laws about clothing and food. That gives us the opportunity to show the bandwidth of the various laws regarding the veil from Palestine to other areas. And already when we started in Dahlem, there were severe criticisms that no Muslims were participated in the curatorship. Where is Neukölln? Was a headline in the newspaper, and that's a question that could be answered quite easily. Neukölln is placed in the Museum for European Cultures, where the topic is Islam in Germany, in permanent expositions that can be found in exhibitions. But like many other museums, migration and integration and the alienship of Muslims in Germany are explicitly on display rather than the religion itself. But nevertheless, what I'm presenting now, what we are doing at Humboldt Forum, has many predecessors in other museums. Also, the conception of the new permanent exhibition, it was decided to have 4 Islamic communities from Berlin and give them the opportunity to present their Islam. Here we see the communities, and one condition was that they had to be placed in Berlin, so just to make it easier to have contact persons. And it was planned to have a regular program with events, but also to have a show big, broad width. So that's the Rabbaniya Center for Mystics, interpretation of the Islam, then the Islamic societies of the Shiite communities in Germany, and they give us a contact of a partner mosque in Berlin, the Ibn Rushd Goethe Mosque, which is expressively seen as a liberal mosque, especially for queer people, and the German Islam Academy, which is not a religious community in the strictest sense, but which was participated as it was a condition to have some sort of a legal person in Germany, because contracts had to be agreed regarding the objects and the loans and the cooperation. So we had memorandums of understandings and the like. So that's why some mosques could not be represented here, because I do not have this legal form of representation. It was also planned to have as little influence as possible but when it came to curating this displays. So that means they searched for some objects, and our designers, together with the communities, looked at how can we design the displays, and then the communities, together with their representatives, placed the objects inside the displays. And what we can see here is the result. We have a sheet which was quite two-dimensional with various calligraphies of the Prophet, and a few photographs that you cannot see very well here, and this chic museums, the museums, and the Shia and the Sunnites, and this is various aspects of the same. Then we have the rainbow flag of the Ibn Rushd Goethe Mosque. We see a lady here from the German Islamic Academy. They were looking at the veils and how to fold them in the display they were placing, and they did 3 different versions of putting the veil here. So that was the ideal case, so that we do not influence what is on display here. Of course, restaurators were involved, and the person who's responsible for the lighting of these vitrines, and that we have enough light for textiles on display, or that the lights were dimmed accordingly. And the differences between our displays and the ones designed by the communities were that little that we were forced to do what we actually wanted to avoid. So we had to mark these displays that they were created and designed by these communities, which was important. And something we actually did not want to do. And we put the things into the displays. What became clearer from the communities that this aesthetics of the museum is something they did not really like. Not only in relation with their own objects, but generally that the conditions or the requirements placed by the Humboldt Forum how to display these objects, to have as little staging as possible, to reduce it to the object, and this was not what Muslims would have liked to have on display. And it's the only exception of staging is what you see to the very left. That is our prayer niche, which is actually directed towards Mecca. This is something which could be seen as negative by some person. This is an object, it's not a niche for prayer, it doesn't have to be directed towards Mecca. And at the place where it was displaced before, the various other museums in Berlin, it was not directed towards Mecca. So, in fact, this is the only staging, if you want to call it, that was allowed in this exhibition. And what's interesting, some Muslim museum guards sometimes use it for their prayers, not directly inside it, but it is used for religious practices. Whether it is due to the fact that we have this prayer niche, of course they also have it on their mobile phones, this app, where to find Mecca, or could it be seen that this is one of the least visited rooms within the museum? We are at the third floor, very much at the end of it, and that's something, I don't know, it could be a reason. I have no plans, actually, that the Sufi Center Ravania would like to change its display because they need some of the objects for their own little museum in Istanbul. And now we have some questions for staging the objects, and I'm quite excited to know what's going to happen if a community wants to play artificial roses or artificial resin to display tea or the diorama, and they want to return such things to the museum. When it comes to the text, it's always a question how to present this in a museum, how to present words in a museum. One of the conditions was that they introduce themselves, this community, so that the persons reading it can clearly classify this and see what belongs to what. We didn't want to have texts to the objects, but we wanted to have rather sentences or texts about the beliefs, and it was reduced to only a couple of words, and it was clear that it wouldn't work very well. That's why we had also the possibility where they could say something about their personal relations towards Islam or with Islam, about their own belief, and this was presented on video displays. And there we had a first crisis between the communities because the Shiite group decided to withdraw their contribution because they said this does not work. We cannot present our belief next to the belief of a young gay Muslim. That's not what we want to have. And again, the preparing and creation of the texts wasn't very easy. I'm going to show you a bit of a longer example. This was the first from the Shiite or the Shia community, very nice example of interreligiosity, but our editor couldn't do this. It was too difficult to read. The sentences are too long. It's not understandable. What do they want to express with their words? And it was also too long. One of the points where we had to discuss very controversially was the saying about the Quran, which is a masterpiece. That's how it is described here. Can we do this in a secular museum? Can we leave it as it is? What is a scientific masterpiece when it comes to a religious book? It was discussed for a long time, and in these 20 minutes I do not have the time to give you an overview of all the details, but the final result was what you see here, and it's quite bitter to say that this sentence, the Quran, is seen by them as the ultimate holy book, that the Islamic communities cannot speak for themselves. That is a principle we did not use. This is the German museum speaking about Muslims. Was it a failure of the ideas that we had? Yeah, when we're speaking about the text, or especially this text, I must confirm that this is the case, but especially on the level when it comes to events, I must say that we are on a good way. In the last 2 years, we had very nice events, especially in the area of mystic Islam. The swirling Sufis is something that works very well. It works for the various Muslim groups, and also the German audience loves them. We also had some very nice interreligious dialogues with representatives of the communities, with myself and other Germans, and we had communication between the communities. Of course, they knew each other and they had contact. Nevertheless, it was a milestone for some of them that were representatives of the Sufi community, and the Seran Arche Goethe Mosque recorded a podcast about the trust in God in Islam. These are very nice and beautiful steps, actually. Was the cooperation successful? I would say it is not quite yet. We are still working on it. And of course, I think you also said that religion is the elephant in the room of the museum. Here at the Islamic exhibition, it's not religion that is the elephant. The elephant in the room is politics. And we have to face the challenge that the depicting or the exhibiting or presenting of German Muslims is politically observed very well from the political side. And we had harmless questions, polite questions, why we have those who deny the Holocaust or the genocide of the Armenians. Why do we provide them with a platform until we had threats of bombs and shitstorms on Twitter, and we had everything and all kinds of catastrophes. I don't want to describe everything, but we don't know what's going to happen. And that's what happened over the last 2 years, especially the 7th of October and the very clear positioning of the state museums at the side of Israel, where produced high tension for the cooperation between us and the communities. And I would say it strengthened us in three cases. In one case, the cooperation was terminated. And this is also a learning curve, not only between us and the communities, but also within the museum. We are different actors with different views, well, some of us, and I would say if the Sufi community sends or brings 200 persons into the foyer, then they are our communities. And on the morning after the 7th October, it was called "They Are Your Muslims." That's what they say in the museum, and this is something that you have to withstand and that you have to manage and come to terms with. And it still has to be discussed in order to find an appropriate presentation of current Muslim life in Germany. Dr. Krebs, thank you very much for this very emotional and impressive presentation and about your work at the Humboldt Forum and the department you're working for. Mr. Schwillus and myself, we just changed the plan a little bit in order to, so we decided to have the two panel discussions that were planned for this afternoon to make one of them. So we're going to have a short coffee break now. So please, just one coffee. It needs to be a short coffee break. And we will meet again here in 15 minutes. So that is, what's the time now? So we'll meet again here 3:10 in order to, yes, listen to the last two very exciting presentations and to have a last panel discussion and a discussion with the audience and to terminate this conference. So a short break for coffee. See you here in 15-20 minutes.
Religious heritage. Its unique buildings, tranquil spaces, and exquisite artifacts encompass the diversity of European culture and identity. This religious heritage is an invaluable resource that is handed over to us for all generations to enjoy. It is all around us and an integral part of our lives and communities. It includes rich cultural traditions, masterpieces of art, wonderful craftsmanship, and extraordinary music. In an era of globalization, cultural heritage helps us to remember our European cultural diversity, and its understanding develops mutual respect and contributes to dialogue amongst different cultures. The future of religious heritage presents us with challenges and opportunities. Knowledge transfer and innovation will be needed to hand over this remarkable patrimony to future generations, from the creative reuse of historic buildings to educational opportunities, from both real and virtual tourism to strengthening communities. The value of religious heritage is almost limitless. It is up to us to make the most of its potential. Since 2011, Future for Religious Heritage, a European network, has brought together charities, conservation experts, governmental, religious and university institutions, as well as other professionals. FRH is a non-faith, not-for-profit organization that draws its strength from its diverse network. Our mission is to understand the challenges facing religious heritage, as well as the opportunities it presents to develop solutions for the 21st century. Our ambition is to maintain a network of European organizations with a strong structural framework for ongoing intercultural exchanges regarding the protection, conservation, and management of religious heritage. This network is open to you. Please join us now.
Ora et labora. Bete und arbeite. Das ist der Leitsatz benediktinischen Lebens. Im Kloster Lenin hat dieser Leitspruch seine Gültigkeit nicht verloren und es wird ihm auch heute gefolgt. Das ehemalige Zisterzienserkloster wurde 1180 gegründet, zu einer Zeit, in der die Mark Brandenburg sich in der Phase der Christianisierung befand. Der versteinerte Baumstamm, der in der Klosterkirche von Lenin heute noch zu besichtigen ist, zeugt wahrscheinlich von der Überformung eines vorchristlichen Heiligtums. Das Kloster Lenin diente als Hauskloster und Grablege der Brandenburger Landesherren bis zur Reformation. Zunächst fanden die Askanier, beispielsweise Otto VI., später auch die Hohenzollern, ihre letzte Ruhestätte im Kloster Lenin. Gerade die Nähe zu den Hohenzollern verschaffte der Klosteranlage auch in nachklösterlicher Zeit immer wieder eine besondere Aufmerksamkeit. Mit der Reformation und der damit verbundenen Auflösung des Klosters im 16. Jahrhundert begann der allmähliche Verfall des Klosters. Doch im 19. Jahrhundert besann man sich der Bedeutung und Schönheit der Anlage und der Wiederaufbau begann. Seit 1911 ist die Klosteranlage die Heimat des Diakonissenmutterhauses. Die Stiftung Evangelisches Diakonissenhaus Berlin-Teltow-Lenin betreibt vor Ort mehrere große sozialdiakonische Einrichtungen. Das Königshaus war eines der ersten mittelalterlichen Hospitäler in Brandenburg. Lenin war demnach schon immer ein Ort, an dem älteren Menschen geholfen wurde. Heute werden in der Klinik für geriatrische Rehabilitation alte Menschen gepflegt und nach einer akuten Erkrankung für den Alltag mobilisiert. Schwerkranke Menschen finden in der letzten Phase ihres Lebens einen ruhigen Ort im stationären Hospiz. Eine große Kita auf dem Gelände bietet umfangreiche Kinderbetreuung. Das Kloster Lenin öffnet auch touristisch und kulturell seine Tore. In Lenin kann man die durch das Kloster geprägte Kulturlandschaft erkunden, Ruhe finden, seine Pilgerreise unterbrechen, aber auch Musik genießen und sich im Museum über das Leben und Wirken von Zisterziensern und Diakonissen informieren. Das Tagungszentrum mit dem Königshaus und dem Kapitelsaal als Tagungsräume gibt jedem die Möglichkeit, hier in klösterlicher Ruhe gemeinsam zu arbeiten und zu leben.
Europe has a rich and deeply rooted religious heritage. Its unique buildings, tranquil spaces, and exquisite artifacts encompass the diversity of European.
Es hat ja dann auch schon wieder was Trauriges, dass wir uns
It's almost a bit sad that this is the last time we will turn to our seats, It means we're almost getting close to the end of the event. However, I'm still looking forward to two very exciting presentations. I hope you're also excited. Now, first off, we will get a view into a completely different direction. And it is my pleasure to announce the presentation Witchcraft, Sacrifice, Death, and so on, How to Deal with So-Called Sensible Narratives in Tervuren Museum. African religions in the museum. You might have been a bit surprised that we go into this direction. Why did we have this idea? Why did we decide to do so? I have to admit that it seemed obvious. The monastery Lenin, which I represent, or rather the parish Lenin, has a collaborating parish in Belgium, close to Brussels. And this sister parish is called Tervuren, and it hosts the Royal Museum of Central Africa. So there's a direct connection between Lenin and Tervuren, and it made sense to finally work together with the Royal Museum for Central Africa. We were able to get Dr. Julien Volper to come here. We were able to convince him to tell us about the work they do at the museum, with the perspective on these African religions being shown there. Dr. Julien Volper studied art history at Sorbonne in Paris. He's the curator for the ethnographical collections at the Royal Museum of Central Africa in Tervuren. He also taught at the Free University of Brussels. So there's a scientific base once more for this presentation we're going to hear shortly. Well, welcome, Julien, and thank you so much for taking on the travel to be here and to tell us about your work at the museum. I was also supposed to tell you that this presentation is going to be held in English. I told in the beginning of the event, I told you that one presentation will be in English, so if you prefer, you can use the live stream to listen to the German interpretation of the presentation. The floor is yours.
So thank you first of all for the invitation, and so as you have said, I will do the intervention in English, and I hope for the translator he will not have so many problems with my French accents. Very big one. So the subject here concerning religion in museum will be connected with the question of the traditional religions, African religions in Tervuren Museum. Just look if it works. Yes, it works. So it's perfect. And this is yeah. So, as you maybe know, Museum of Tervuren is a pretty old museum whose history begins in 1997 with the International Exhibition of Brussels Tervuren. In 21st century arrived the decision of a complete renovation of the institution. The museum was closed and reopened in 2018 with a more modern orientation. As an introduction, we will see what general overview on African religion from the past can have a visitor as an individual or as a group. First of all, we have to keep in mind Tervuren is not only an ethnographic museum, for example, but also a museum about human sciences and natural sciences. So more or less, half of the museum is dedicated to Congolese flora, minerals, and fauna. So it's a specificity of the museum. Secondly, even if the name of the museum is Königliches Museum für Zentralafrika, a large part of the museum is dedicated to former Belgian colonies, so the Democratic Republic of Congo. If you look at the plan here, the part dedicated to the religion question is more or less the one on northwest, left, north So up left. Okay, it's the ritual and ceremonies room. In that room, several religious ritual aspects are approached, especially the one dedicated to death, birth, initiations, and chieftaincy among several cultural groups of DRC, and there are many. Anyway, it has been chosen to not enter into more close deepening concerning the religion. In fact, nothing is said in details concerning the pantheon of gods or supernatural beings among these cultures. In the same way, nothing is said concerning the different categories of dead, ancestor, malevolent dead, and so on, or different parts composing the soul of a man. Yet, these points are very important. I show it here, some of these ivory pendants. They are in this ritual ceremonies room. And here you can find the captions concerning the information you can have concerning these objects. So you have information speaking about amulets, but from a religious point of view, it's important to understand better for me what is the question of what is a man in Pende culture. And I will be very fast, but for the Pende, a man is composed of different things. You have your body, of course, but you have also the muhehe. The muhehe is the force of life. It's linked with blood. After, you have the givu. Givu is the inside soul. That soul is the true personality of a man. And you have an external soul, outside one, named givule. And givule is also named the shadow. That givule could go outside during dreams, for example. And when, for example, it can be stolen too. An aloji is a sorcerer, can steal a givule of a man. And if the givule don't come back, the man will die. And, over point, a man can also transmit, before his death, his givule to an heir, as an heritage, as a nephew, for example. And these ivory pendants you see previously are specifically a testimony of a man who has transmitted his givule as an heritage to a boy of his family to protect and reinforce him. This is the point. And we have to keep in mind also at that moment a phrase, something he said among the Pende, it's Mawenze. Mawenze is the name for God. Mawenze has created the world and put the humans in an eternal circle of reincarnation where the dead are responsible of their living parents. All these things could help us to better understand what is exactly this type of pendants. The fact these ivory heads represent not a portrait, but some category of mask is also important, because in Pende religion and beliefs, with the mask, you see here a big example, the masks are named Mbuya Mahemba. And Mbuya Mahemba are powerful objects who have a link with ancestors. In fact, ancestors join themselves to masked dancers and spectators. In that occasion, all the community, past and present, are together. So the symbolism of the mask is very important to find them among this type of ivory pendants. So, I show you also what is possible to know about religion. Here you have an extract of the museum website if you want to do a guided visit with guides or with several persons. And as you can see, you have several things: guided tour history, guided tour architecture, commemorative circuit in the park. And the one specifically dedicated, more or less, is the general guided tour. You will see the description. As you can see, in this occasion, if you are a visitor with guide, you can have some access to religion. There's some description. But it's not specifically on that question, on the function of mask, function of sculpture, that type of things. It's mixed with other things. But the most important, as we will see, is, for me, as a scientist, is the disappearance of some subjects linked with religion and rituals, even in the object captions. Most important one, for example, when we speak about witchcraft. During the renovation of the museum, a great discussion has emerged between the scientists, primarily in charge of the rooms, rituals and ceremonies, and the museologists, and also some other represent extern of the museum. For the scientists, it was a true necessity to speak about the question of sorcery and witchcraft, because that question was truly an important one for understanding many old religious aspects in Congo. In fact, many objects exhibited had a link with sorcery, not for practicing it. I must be clear about it. There's no many sculpted objects in Congo linked with sorcery for practicing sorcery, but many of them have been used for fighting against sorcery. That's the nuance. At the same time, you cannot understand the actual proliferations in Congo of what we called in French Église de Réveil, part of the Pentecostal churches, if you cannot understand the importance of sorcery, named Ndoki in many Congolese languages. For giving you an example, some years ago I have a discussion with an old missionary. His name is Father Jan Peters, a sculptist who has worked several years in Congo. And he has explained to me that many Congolese parishioners came to him for questions concerning sorcery or possession. A Congolese priest explained to Jan Peters it was very important to take care about these questions, because if Catholic Church consider it as a kind of folkloric thing and not a serious deal, the parishioners will go to the concurrents, and especially the Pentecostal churches, because for them, the evil forces are not considered as a symbolism, but as a materialistic reality. I'll show you something, for example. It's a traditional modern paintings taken in 1999, and the painter is Pierre Baudot, dead in 2015. Pierre Baudot was painter, of course, but also pastor of a Pentecostal church. He has produced a lot of paintings for European markets, but some others, like that one, are more directly linked to his obsession concerning sorcery and the necessity to fight them. So he's linked with, to his faith, but also for his parishioner, that type of painting, showing that subject is an important one. So for the scientists, it was very important, as you understand, to speak about this religious reality in Congo from past to present. But for museologists, speak about sorcery and witchcraft was very dangerous because it can be considered as a form of racism, and to consider the Congolese are linked with something of non-serious religion or that kind of things. And so finally, the museologist's point of view has been chosen, and we don't speak about witchcraft or sorcery in the museum. I'll show you another example. This is one of the most famous sculptures in Congo, what we could name nail sculptures, Nkisi Nkonde. And you see here the description of the object you can find in the rooms. What he said is true, but one of the first functions of this type of object was not to fight only against sorcerer, against thieves, but also and most primarily against sorcerer. That's a fact, but these things, this aspect is not, we don't speak about in the caption. So, another question I have spoken about, so witchcraft and sorcery, but there's another question, perhaps more difficult to speak, is the question of sacrifice. More than witchcraft, human sacrifice is an actual taboo for speaking about some old, ancient African religious aspects. First of all, we have to keep in mind the fact that that practice was not linked to every ritual object in Congo or elsewhere in Africa. There's only few, but they exist. And this one, were very big ones, important ones. For example, the one we have spoken here, they are very rare. Only few villages could have that type of Nkisi Nkonde. They were very rare, but for their creation, a part of the power of the Nkisi Nkonde was linked with a human sacrifice. You have to have a human death for consecration and to give a part of power to this Nkisi Nkonde. It's one of the reasons they are rare, because It's an important affair to have that type of things. And this aspect, for example, are well documented even by Congolese researchers. So one of the most famous is Mr. Mulinda, who is a Congolese researcher who has written a thesis, and in his thesis he speaks about that type of consecration for that type of objects. Other things. This is another object, a type of ridge sculpture named Kichi Kichi, also from the Pende, as the ivory pendants we have seen. Here is the object, and here is the description. There's some mistake. It's not filial statues, it's sphenial statues, so it's not totally the same thing. As you can see, we speak about something here. This figure probably held the chief's ritual axe in his right hand. Okay, but what is this ritual axe? Ritual axe is the one given by the chief's first wife at the moment of the chief's enthronement. By the old time, the chief must at that moment beheaded a man, and his first blood filled a cup. That cup passed from hand to hand among the notables. At a most recent period, the human sacrifice was replaced by an animal sacrifice, but the religious symbolism is still the same. And it's the same principle as we have spoken previously concerning the pende of the muhehe, you know, the force of life. It's the same thing. It's a question of transmitted a force of life from a sacrifice to other people. And we have also to keep in mind this productive sculpture as we have here. We see here, they say it's protective sculpture, but it's not only because they are a sculpture. Without it, these sculptures are just piece of wood without power. We have also to keep it in mind. If they have a role of guardian and protector, it's notably because they have been what we call in Pende, it's kukulesa. Kukulesa, it's reinforced. The object has been reinforced by ritual. And they have been reinforced by the adjunction of givule. We have spoken previously of the givule, so the part of the outside soul of a man, and I have said it can be stolen by sorcerer. But in some cases, it can be stolen for rituals, by the chief, for the well-being of a community. And in that case, you can reinforce that type of sculpture to put a givule inside that type of sculpture. Like I said, the stolen of a givule is normally an act of sorcery, but in some cases, like that one, a sorcery act can be used for the well-being of the community by the chief. But it must be hid, disguised. Here is the ambiguity and the difficulty to speak about the sorcery. We just have to keep in mind if it is very difficult to speak about it concerning an ethnography museum for African culture and religions, even the old one. It's not the case in every part of the world. Recently, actually, in a few months ago in Cape Branly, they have done an exhibition named Mexicans on what we called previously Aztec culture. And this exhibition was particular because it has been done, a large part of it has been done by the Mexican researchers, and large part of the collection coming from Mexico. And you can see in the exhibition of Branly, here, one of the showcase showing the result of an old sacrifice coming from the Templo Mayor in Mexico, linked with the rituals linked with Tlaloc, the god of rain, notably. And this could be shown and explained. To speak here concerning the bones, make me speak now concerning another subject. It's a question we have spoken previously in the day concerning the question, the difficult question, also of human remains. It's another one. In Africa, human bones could be considered as an important material linked to several past rituals inherent to different cultures, not only in Congo, but in other parts of Central Africa and other parts of Africa. Of course, symbolic and religious importance of human bones is not only an African affair. You can find good example with the European holy relics. We have spoken previously. I show you in Palais des Beaux-Arts de Lille. It is a bone reliquary that's linked with the history of Saint Ursule. So, and it is shown in the Palais des Beaux-Arts de Lille, exhibited. In Tervuren, in the Museum of Tervuren, we possess several humans who can testimony and illustrate some specific ritual practices existing by the past in Central Africa. Here is an example. This one, for example, it's a very rare thing because at the difference of what we can observe in Oceania, it's an overmodel skull. Overmodel skull, you can find it in several parts in Oceania, especially, for example, in Vanuatu. Overmodel skulls are very rare in Africa. That exemplar you can see here is one of the very few who can be related to the Mboyo initiating society or the Bwete Misoko. Bwete Misoko is a kind of soothsayer society active against witchcraft. You see, the subject could be very mixed by many aspects. Anyway, since several years, even before the renovation, the question of the presentation to public of such human remains have been questioned. Ethical and moralistic point of view have been advanced and defended inside of the museum, but also outside from the museum, especially by politics and also from journalists. In part for avoid some threat of what we call bad press, the museum has decided to not exhibit it so-called sacred ancestral remains, testimony in some case of colonial violence. Anyway, as I have said previously, considering all the bones, especially skulls, as sacred ancestral remains is at least a misunderstanding of some ethnographical reality. The best example coming from Tervuren collection is that one. That type, which is the name here, it's Kibawe. Kibawe is linked with Luba culture. Luba culture, you are in southeast of Congo. And Kibawe is we call it Nkishi. Nkishi is a magical charm. All the Nkishi are not sculpted. There's some of them are not sculpted, like that one. And the story of that Kibawe is very interesting. During the colonial period, in a Luba village in Katanga, so southeast Congo, many people died. And that fact has been attributed to an evil curse. And the village has called a man who owned powerful magic susceptible to ban it. That man came with that Kibawe, so with that object, and obtained results. Unfortunately, a chief parent died soon after, and all the village suspected the Kibawe, which the aspect and composition were unknown to them, to be responsible of it. And so the villagers asked the ritualist to show its charm and see it has made with a human skull. At that moment, they were convinced that ritualist has used a bad magic for fighting the curse and asked for a judgment also from the colonial administration. We were in 1920s, 1930s, so it was a time. And it's at that moment that Robert Maas was a colonial administrator in charge of the judgment, has confiscated the skull, who has been sent later at Tervuren Museum. The judgment also permits to know how the skull was obtained. In fact, it was necessary for the ritualist to dig out a skull of a person deceased several years ago. From a personal point of view, it's damageable to not have the possibility to show that very well-documented case of an Nkishi made of human remains, because they are very rare, in fact. In fact, that example can also be an introduction to some more recent crooked practices observed by African ethnographers recently in Central Africa. For example, you have a PhD thesis who has been written, yes, in 21st century. I don't remember when exactly. I think it was first decade of 21st century. And the name of the researcher is Ikogu Renami. And Ikogu Renami has worked most specifically of what he called, the title of his thesis is The White Gold, and concerning some practices of people going into cemetery to take on bones for create some very powerful cliché in some part of Central Africa. And the thesis is very, very interesting. We learn a lot of things. And with the case with that one, we can have a link, in some case, with past to present. But as I have said, so the interesting thing is, if you go in some museum in Africa, I will show here. We are here in Abomey. So Abomey is in Benin. Benin, old kingdom of Abomey. You see, this is a showcase in the museum. And in that showcase, you have a royal throne linked to the King Gezo, and you have the feet of the throne are made of skull. And it's not a problem to exhibit it and to explain the reason why these skulls are here. So it's not a simple, like I said, not a simple subject, but I have tried here to, with 3-4 cases and subject and thematic, to show some of the difficulties and challenge we will have in ethnographic museum in 21st century. I thank you a lot for it.
Das war jetzt gewiss eine Herausforderung für jeden von uns, dem zu folgen. Einerseits sprachlich, andererseits aber auch eben mit diesem Blickwinkel in eine völlig fremde Welt. Ich denke, im Grunde genommen wäre das eine eigene Tagung wert, sich diesem Thema genauer zu widmen. Dafür haben wir aber jetzt gerade keine Zeit und keine Gelegenheit, aber wir haben noch einen letzten Blick in ein spezifisches Museum, den Innenblick nach außen zeigen. Diözesanmuseum Paderborn. Ich darf Dr. Holger Kempkens vorstellen und herzlich begrüßen. Er wird uns diesen letzten Vortrag in diesem Mammutprogramm des heutigen Tages halten. Holger Kempkens studierte Kunstgeschichte, historische Geographie und Denkmalpflege, Bauforschung in Bonn und Bamberg, und er promovierte, das muss ich am Ort eines ehemaligen Zisterzienserklosters natürlich sagen, mit einer Arbeit über die Zisterzienserklosterkirche Marienfeld und die Burgkapelle von Schloss Reda. Von 2012 bis 2020, also vorher hat er verschiedene andere Ausstellungen mit kuratiert, aber von 2012 bis 2020 leitete er das Diözesanmuseum in Bamberg und erfolgte dann 2020 dem uns gut bekannten Christoph Stiegemann als Direktor des Erzbischöflichen Diözesanmuseums in Paderborn. Es ist schön, dass wir hier sozusagen eine so lange Zusammenarbeit mit einem speziellen Museum auch in dieser Tagungsreihe schon haben. Lieber Holger, herzlich willkommen auch dir in unserer Runde, und ich gebe.
Stage is yours for your perspective from the inside to the outside. Dear Stefan, thank you very much for this introduction, and I would also like to thank all of you that you are still here until the end and to have a final word on the Diocese Museum of Paderborn. I am here a little bit as a representative of a house that is funded and financed by the church, so that makes a huge difference that are financed by the public administration, or if they're even state museums, as we could see from the museum in Tervuren. And that is why we are, and that is this little difference, we don't have to be unbiased in a way. We can, and we shall actually present whatever we do within the framework of the Protestant or even Catholic institutions that are in charge of our institution. And the museum. And for the beginning, this is the self-definition of the treasury of the ecclesiastical museums, and it's not purely Catholic, this association that produced this definition. It also includes Protestant institutions. I have two colleagues here today, and I know them very well from this work, and the tasks are here described in the preamble, and they're defined as follows. Ecclesiastical museums collect, maintain, research, restore, present, and publish, especially testimonials of Christian art and liturgy. They serve the announcement, the science and education and information. Especially they're attempting to act as an agent between theology and art history, catechism, museums, didactics, church and other cultural institutions. What they do is public relations work by publishing things, by doing exhibitions and other events. I underlined a few things which might be important in the context of our conference today. What is very important is the definition of the ecclesiastical museums, which are also for the purpose and have the aim of conveying religious faith. That's what makes them different from public museums, which are enlightening and informing, but which are not dedicated to religious belief. And it's also the intermediate work between art history and museums and religion and didactics and catechism. That's something I would like to talk about within the guided tours that take place in the museums. But before all of this, I would like to give you an overview of the history of our house, so that you have an impression of the house and get familiar with it, but can also see the various tasks and how they changed over time and the concepts for presenting objects. The museum in Paderborn could be called the oldest of its type. It was founded in 1853, and it was actually found in the chapter room of Paderborn, and which is used today as the sacristy or the registry of a church. That's where the first collection could be found, which was given by Dr. Wilhelm Engelbert Giefers, a historian and teacher, who was very well educated. And the year when it was founded, there's a very important sentence that we can find when the museum was founded and it was announced, where it says, "This collection makes it possible to that all these objects that of Christian art that are spread all over the place, unless they have been sold, to give them an asylum and to maintain the remains of these objects of prehistoric times for the church in a decent way." And I think this expresses very well what is the beginning of such collections, that it is a place for asylum, a place to store things and to prevent them for destruction, for being sold, and to keep them as objects of Christian art for the church. Unfortunately, the museum falls asleep at the end of the 19th century and the objects are returned to the churches, but then in 1913 it is refounded. And the person in charge at that time was Professor Dr. Alois Fuchs, who founded this museum during the time of the Emperor of the Weimar Republic and who was still the director in the times of the Federal Republic of Germany. And I'm the third successor after him, so the directors of this museum have been working for long periods of time. Well, Alois Fuchs represents the new collection of the museum in a huge room in the ground floor of the General Vicariate. You can see it on the right picture. And about Alois Fuchs, he was a theologist and a member of the Dome chapter, and that's why he had the connections required, and he could find these objects that were in danger and brought them to the museum. From a legal perspective, they're still owned by these various churches, but they are kept in our house for more than 100 years now. The presentation from the 1920s is something you can see on this photograph, and there's not much space here in this room, so they are placed very narrowly, and under the centrum arc is one of the main pieces. That's the Madonna. I'm going to show you later, but it is here. You can't see it very well among all these other objects, all these many sculptures. This is a view to the opposing side of the room where you see huge shelves with sculptures and ornaments, which means at the end it was more a place of storage rather than a place of showing things. Even though there were some order in the things, but then there were some sculptures in between, so it was a little bit of a storage room. The Roman chapter room was also used of the dome area, something you see to the left. This picture again from the 1920s, and they were brought back to the dome and burned during the Second World War. But what we see here is the baptizing stone in the center. This room today is a multi-purpose room, as you can see to the right, so it's not part of the collection of the museum, because after the Second World War, the house was removed to another site. You see the various pictures here before the war, houses of different ages that all were destroyed during the Second World War. Just the medieval cellar rooms survived, and you can see it now here. Just to give you a short overview of these cellar rooms, that was also the reason why we used these rooms and placed the new building on top of the cellar rooms. And that's what makes this museum very special still today, because the collection came from this very narrow and limited space. As my predecessor, Karl Joseph Schmitz, he left this behind and designed a house with much more space and where these objects can be placed and shown in a much better surrounding. Here we see the construction works. This is the view into the future that was not accepted by everybody, as you can see on this writing. That was done in 1975 and that was painted onto the scaffolding, and this is the criticism we still have today. Who was the ghost who made this? But it was quite an innovative building actually at that site of the city of Paderborn, which was deemed to be extremely conservative at that time. Now we see the eastern facade in the 1970s with the entry to the dome. So you have a lot of light inside, which was very good for the conception of the room, but it was not very good for the sculptures. That's why we had to built this in the 1990s. To the left you see it in the 1970s, and to the right side you see it as it is today. So we have the windows spaces became smaller, and the atmosphere is much more neutral. You see it again here. It was very technical, kind of, in the 1970s, and with the handrails in zinc color, and now it has more wood in it, a very light wooden floor, white walls, which are much more suitable because they're much more neutral. What you can see to the left, was aluminium at the walls. At the time it was quite exceptional, this presentation, but it was only planned for a permanent exhibition of the own collection, not for temporary special exhibitions. I'm scrolling through it, so now we have here, you see how our own collection is presented. It looks completely different today. I'm not speaking of a permanent exhibition. We have huge special exhibitions. I'm going to speak about them later. And our own collection is presented with different accents, and it is renewed every now and then, so it's not considered to be a permanent exhibition here. The pictures you see here, for example, they are history now, and the last valid presentation of our collection, it was curated by colleague Elisabeth Maas, and she decided to not have a chronological order of presenting or displaying the objects, but to use a narrative, and it's more chronographic, of a chronographic order, so that objects from different eras can be placed next to each other, and that you should read them from their symbolic language. For example, the life of Jesus, Revelation, to Judgment Day, as you can see on these pictures. And don't get confused that we have modern art pieces in between. There was just the last version, and these are works by Ursula Jüngst, part of her exhibition Painting Against Darkness, which was deliberately placed here and was also selected together with the artist, and it was underlined by these very colorful, vibrant pictures that strengthen also the spiritual world, so that visitors had the opportunity not only to learn something about the life of Jesus, but also about spirituality. To the left, the Revelation. Then you see the Last Supper and the crucifixion of Christ and ascendance, and it all ended with a representation of the Judgment Day. Another area was for pictures of Mary, Holy Mary, and this is a view we have here that shows one of our main objects, that's Madonna, something we're going to look at in detail. So here we have some Marys, or the grandmother Anna, with her daughter Mary and Jesus' child. And in the last point we have the focus on Mary and her child. It's a regressive way, going from the late Gothics to Romantic until the central piece in front of a golden wall, a depiction of Mary, of the Madonna from the 11th century, which is a cultural icon that was worshipped at the Dome. And it's also can be seen now in the exhibition at the Dome of Hildesheim, where all three Madonnas from three various cathedrals or domes are present and can be seen and can be watched. And it's a central piece of European cultural history, and it was a major piece of the collection in Paderborn for many years. Next to it, we have another department or unit with Last Supper pictures, starting in the 14th century, ranging to the 16th century, and we not only have these captions here and to give a cultural or historic overview, what we are also trying to do is to give contemporary texts that explain the belief, how it was at the time when they occurred for the first time. This is a quotation, for example, from Heinrich Seuse. I have to come to the front a little bit. Sorry, I can't hear this. There's no microphone involved. Anyway, as I could read before, it's a quote from the 14th century, where that's exactly during the time when these images were created. So it explains a little bit, or accompanies what we see in the pictures or in the sculptures, and expresses in words and makes it tangible what we see, what the sculptures want to convey in a religious way. Next up, we also have from the area of parametric, so these are textiles from late Gothic period or even older, from the 11th century. These are textiles that were used for during services. So, of course, it's a collection of textiles, but on the right you can see we have late Gothic textiles, these crosses that you can see. So the context is here that at the bottom you see sacral objects, this cup, and other objects that were used on the altarpiece and for liturgical purposes. And we have the honor signs. Here you see the mitras from the 11th to the 20th century. And here in the left showcase, what you see is things that are rather from the popular belief and folk belief. We see at the back, we see three carrying figures, which are they have a wooden structure underneath, and they were used for processions. And this is special evidence of worshipping Mary. But then again, we have dresses for baptizing, which most of you, or many people, knew from their private context in the past. Then we have some relics here that were used or were stored in altar pieces. So a Catholic altar is usually equipped or needs to be equipped with relics. Of course, there are some exceptions. These are relics from former storage situations for the sepulchres. Then we have the medieval vault. This is a treasure where on the right you can see you have movable altarpieces and other relics that you can see in the background. We have the main room as well, where this showcases display vasa sacra from various eras. On the left side you see them from the Gothic era, and to the right you see that from the Renaissance and Baroque and Rococo, where by this juxtaposition you see the changes in the way these things were designed in various eras. The main object, is the shrine of the Holy Liborius, 1625, 1627, that's the time when it was produced. And it was a replacement for the medieval shrine, and most of the time it is stored as an object, as a piece of the exposition. where it tells us about the laborious revelation. And it is placed at the end of June and October during the important Libori festivities. It comes outside and it will, that's how we see it. We have a short movie. When it's brought outside, can you please start this movie?
Also nein, nicht dieser Film, sondern das, was da auf
No, not this one. The other one, please.
in der Präsentation war.
The one that was included in the presentation, please. Doesn't have any audio. So once a shrine is, when it is taken out from the showcase, it weighs 190 kilograms, and then it is carried, well protected in this, and with this equipment. Then it's brought into the dome itself, and then it is put into the northern sacristy, where there's a security room, until it will be displayed inside the dome on the next day. Thank you very much. And that's, you can see it on these pictures. To the left, you see that the laborious relics, which are usually kept in a small shrine within the crypta, you don't see the relics, you see just a small shrine, and they are put into the huge shrine, and it's placed on the altar together with various other objects, but it's also carried through the dome and through the church, but also through the city of Paderborn, so that as a patron of this city, that the people receive this sacred sacrification from this holy laborious. So there are a couple of thousand people every year. Maybe later we can see the YouTube movie regarding this introduction, but first of all, I would like to continue with my presentation. Yes, then we have special exhibitions that we are having since 1999. Sometimes they're very challenging from a logistics perspective. We had a statue from Rome and how it is brought to the museum, and to the right it is an exhibition from Rubens, and people were queuing up outside to see this exhibition despite the COVID-19 pandemic. And this all happened when my predecessor was still in charge, Christoph Stiegemann that is, and this is when this was created. I'll just give you an overview of the exhibitions that were very important for this topic of religion. So first of all, we have the exhibition Credo, Christianization of Europe in the Middle Ages, an exhibition that was presented at 3 different places, one of them in Paderborn and in Rome, and with this central piece of St. Peter, and we see the things that exists already before this, and that were in competition with various Christian beliefs. So the Good Shepherd, who cannot be seen as Christ itself at the beginning, but which is transferred to Christian iconography. Then we have this baptizing pool, which was also used here as a foil with a presentation where people could enter their ideas. Then you see a showcase in the center, which focuses on this paper with a letter of St. Paul with a quotation from the 1st century, which is quite decisive to use these objects. And we're working with quite a lot with quotations, so not to make it just a piece of paper, but to convey also the religious belief that's behind it and to put that into words. And that it's not only a southern Alpine area. This is a view towards Norway, to Scandinavia, to Bergen, and where Christianization took place under King Olaf. And this was a topic also during this exhibition. Another exhibition, which took place in the year before, Creator was 2013, this is 2012, was Francis, the Light from Assisi. And here again, what we see here is a very shiny personality. That's why it is called Light from Assisi. And it was a widespread approach towards Francis and the order of Francis, where we looked at the person of Francis and focused at this person. What you can see there in the center is this light column with calligraphy. And since many years we're working with the American-Belgian calligrapher Odi Neuschwan, and he produced and designed this column in the middle where you could see the robe of Francis, or just an approach to it, and also there was the Basilica of Assisi, where he is buried. But many, many items were shown in terms of and the religious importance of Francis for the world and religions. Then we had the Caritas exhibition in 2015, a central Christian topic. That's charity. So that's charity or altruism and various approaches compared to it. This is a central topic within Christianity. And here we see the Caritas in front of the Golden Wall. Charity, this is the Madonna, how it was represented as a mother of altruism or charity. And we have classic saints, Elizabeth von Thuringia, who sacrificed herself and gave her life in order to spend her life for those in need. But the view also went on to the 20th century and modern life, child labor, other things, and yes. So much about these special exhibitions. Another important aspect is also education and how this can be done. We can do this by using texts, but I think the better way of teaching things are guided tours. For example, it should start very early with young people because they have a free view that is not biased yet. We even are working together with kindergartens, that we have certain programs. What I'm going to show you here is something for school classes, primary school, I think, where we have a theoretical guided tour through the collection, and we are looking at certain aspects together with the children. But at the end, of course, there's a practical part involved where they can do some paintings and can create things, but they all are somehow linked to the objects and items in the museum and tend to and aim at finding this link. What we see here to the right is we have neutral pictures. They have a bit of a funny comment. This is the statue of the Holy Kilian. So the moment when you come home from school and you have to eat soup. This is one of the examples that were formulated. Then we also have guided tours for adults, of course. And it's important for us that these have a certain dialogue so that you can share and exchange your thoughts, and they're from a cultural, historical perspective. But we also have colleagues who have more a religious perspective during these tours. And that's something we saw in the preamble, that we have an area between didactics or education and catechism, and that we cover both areas. And again, a very special project that we have here, and that was initiated by the colleagues from Hildesheim, Professor Claudia Hulsen. She's here today. She and her team had an exhibition in Hildesheim regarding the topic of Islam pieces, art pieces of the Islam in European church treasures. It was funded by the Federal Republic, and this project is called Art from Regions characterized by the Islam, and that they can be found in our treasures. To the left you see the team, and the purpose of this is to address persons who are non-Christian but who come from the Oriental background, so Islamic background, and that is why we have some Oriental Christs. We also have them. That's something you have to mention. And the purpose is that we have objects in our treasures coming from this area, from the Islamic area. In the center you see a work that was made in Paderborn itself. That's this three-hair work, but is actually coming from this piece of art, or the symbol, or the way of placing it comes from Syria. And the art and culture of Islam is somehow recognized as being exotic. For example, the Holy Magdalena has pseudo calligraphy, Kufic, from the Kufi religion, some part of the Islam culture, and they do not exist. In fact, it was just made to show the exotism behind it. So this is a view on our current exhibition, Curvey, and the inheritance of the antiques, where religion does play an important role. Well, it's not the central role, but that's the central role is the antique, the ancient times, the thoughts and beliefs and culture of that time at the beginning of the... So that's from more or less the 8th to the 11th century. That's what we're talking about. And we focus during the staging at the beginning, what you can see to the left, that Christianity is a religion from ancient times. That's when it started. So it's part of the European inheritance of that time. And you see this on this picture. That's why you see late antique transcripts, both from the 5th century, and we have more items from the so it's the 1st century of Christian belief, actually. And Corvoy, what is central here, and this abbey was founded very early, 1223, and with the support of the Emperor Charles the Pious, and in 823, this Emperor Ludwig found a relic of Stephanus, and he gave it to Corvey. You can see it was exhibited in the exhibition, and again we had this discussion: can we display the bones or human remains? Can you displace it? We decided yes, we can do that. As you can see, this has to be seen against the background also that it was a pelvis, the bone of a pelvis, and this fragment was seen as a relic of the Holy Stephen for centuries, and we see ourselves in a tradition, and in this staging we wanted to convey this, that we cover it or have it with these metal pieces so it has the type or the shape or the form of presenting it is that of a relic. Liturgical books are also presented that were created in Corvey and painted, and the relics and the way they were presented is also a topic here, and the way they were made and the techniques used. Well, that's the end of my tour through this museum. Thank you very much for your attention and your interest, and we can discuss a few things, or we might also watch a movie about the Libori festivity. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to do that. Thanks again, Holger. Thank you very much to giving us an insight into the work of your house. So I would like to ask all the speakers and presenters to open our panel discussion. We decided to have one of the simultaneous interpreters to ask to come to the front and to do some chuchotage for Mr. Volper, so we have a simultaneous translation of the discussion. So it's not only this can be done here in present. So I would like to ask to come to the front all those who gave us their presentations today. Well then, it is not an easy task for me to summarize or to link these 5 presentations, and I thought, what could be the core element of these 5 presentations? And it's quite surprising. It is for myself, the solution is the same, that we had the same type as before, that the work in a museum is communication. That's our basic element when it comes to all these events, and our basic topic, interior, external communication with various groups. So I would like to ask all of you, all 5 of you, to whether this is a thesis that has to be can be kept and maintained, and what is your approach towards communication, and how and where staging of religion, how communication can support the staging of religion, or is it one means only? And Dr. Krebs, as she needs to leave this panel to catch her train, I would like to ask you to start, please. Well then. Yeah, is it working? Yes. Yeah. Yes, certainly. Museum is communication, communicating with many various groups inside the house and externally. And what comes first? Does communication support the presentation of religion in the museum, or does the presentation of religion in the museum support communication? I think that's a more difficult question. I think one does not work without the other. And I'm a huge supporter of contradictions in communication, and to come to terms with them. I think that's an important part of it also. Yes, well, a museum is always a place of communication and exchange. And our new Archbishop understood that such a house is not only a place of presentation, but also a place of communication, where people share their thoughts and speak with each other. That's what I tried to show before, how important guided tours are, where it's not about only conveying the content, but also to speak with each other and to talk about the contents. So that's something different compared to an audio guide who just transports information, but without the possibility to enter into any exchange. I just pass on the microphone. Yes, of course, yes, absolutely. That's the case, and basically that's the task of the museum, is communication. But this is only the beginning, this definition, because then the question is, what do you want to communicate and how do you communicate this? And that's where we face the challenges. But yes, communication, transferring it from science and research, from the knowledge that it is in a museum, and to transfer this knowledge to the public and to have a same level, not too high above the others. These are the challenges. Yeah, many things have been said already, but a museum doesn't have closed doors. If you have open doors, you want to communicate, and museums have open doors, and such things as the first poster, the first typography, all these things are communication, so it's not something, any object. All these things are communication, and you have to look whether you are on the same level. And what is important from my perspective is also that you take the visitor seriously, because they're not scientists, they're not researchers. We are all, first of all, we are just visitors to a museum. And you have to consider your target groups. And if you speak about somebody, you also have to speak with people. So if I exhibit something, I have to take care that I find somebody who is a part of that, what I'm going to exhibit. Ja, wie einige Kollegen schon gesagt haben, das ist das Museum natürlich ein Ort der Kommunikation, aber auch des Widerspruchs. Aber ein paar Sachen, was die Besucherinnen und Besucher angeht, da stimme ich vollkommen zu. Wir müssen mit der Öffentlichkeit sprechen und wir müssen mit ihnen wie Erwachsene sprechen. Nicht, was wir uns vorstellen. Mich ermüdet das manchmal, mit den Museumsspezialisten zu sprechen, denn wir sollten mit denen nicht so reden, als wären das 12-jährige Menschen, die nichts wissen. Und ich bin wirklich überzeugt, dass wir über sehr spezifische Sachen reden können und auch wirklich im Einzelnen Religion, Geschichte, Kunst, wir können darüber im Detail sprechen. Und ich bin sehr sicher, dass viele Besucherinnen und Besucher genau darauf warten und dass sie nicht als Kinder wahrgenommen werden möchten. Und das glaube ich glaube tatsächlich an die Intelligenz der Öffentlichkeit hier und der Besucherinnen und Besucher. Yes, I hope that this made it easier for you to share your thoughts with us or to ask any questions. Who wants to start? Clara Boot-Wilkes. Yes, thank you very much, first of all, to all of you and all those who gave their presentations in the last 2 days. It was very interesting, very exciting. I have a question to Julien Volper regarding the exhibition of the Ninkisi. The topic is not only to exhibit religion there and to present it, but it's also the colonial heritage of Belgium that you have to work on. And you also said that Congolesian researchers also are studying there. And how much do you consider the researchers from the Congo when you exhibit these items? Because it's a difficult topic, of course. It's something, it's not only a Calabasas, but if it has a purpose with the whole and can be well exhibited in another country where there's a nice display, where not necessarily you see colonialism doesn't play a role. But I would like to know, but on one leaflet it says that the colonial inheritance, it has to do with sustainability and globality, so that you have these two difficulties of topics that are interrelated. Das ist wirklich eine wirklich schwierige Frage und ich versuche mal da das kurz zu beantworten. Und was den Kolonialismus angeht, da sprechen wir immer mehr darüber, seit der Wiedereröffnung insbesondere. Mein Zweck bei dieser Intervention ist zu verstehen, welcher Teil, ob wir da über traditionelle Kulturen reden, sogar zu der Zeiten des Kolonialismus, denn diese Kulturen sind ja natürlich schon verbunden mit dem Kolonialismus und viele Religionen adaptieren Sachen und waren auch im Widerstand. Wir können das nicht reduzieren, diese Frage, auf die afrikanischen Kulturen und wir können das nicht nur darauf reduzieren, auf die Kolonialzeit und tatsächlich wird das immer schwieriger über so etwas, wie ich das schon gesagt habe, Religion und die Funktion von Objekten. Das ist wirklich herausfordernd. Und Sie haben auch gesagt, die Beziehung mit afrikanischen oder mit der afrikanischen Community. Wir haben da eine fortlaufende Diskussion auch in Bezug auf die Ausstellungen. Wir wollen da eine machen, zusammen mit allen Artefakten und auch denen, die noch im Kongo existieren. Also da haben wir eine Beziehung zwischen der Diaspora zum Beispiel und der kongolesischen Kultur. Und das ist wirklich ein Kampf. Und diese traditionellen Änderungen, die wir da sehen, und wir haben sehr viel von der Diaspora gehört und die sprechen für uns und dass die sagen, was ist wichtig für uns, aber die sind ja nicht wie wir, die sind die Diaspora, die sind ganz woanders. Seit 3 oder 4 Generationen leben die in Frankreich oder Belgien und die wollen uns Ratschläge geben. Das kann es ja nun auch nicht sein. Und all diese Sachen sind manchmal schwer vorstellbar. Da können wir später nochmal drüber diskutieren, vielleicht, sonst haben wir hier keine Zeit mehr. Ich denke, das sprengt den Zeitrahmen ein bisschen, wenn wir das noch im Detail erörtern.
Ist das damit hinreichend?
Yes, thank you very much, Julien. Was that sufficiently answered then? I think so for the moment. Are there any other questions?
Wie ungewöhnlich.
That is quite unusual, actually. I have a very precise question to you, Holger. I understood how this communicative connection between religion and exhibition in a church museum during these special exhibitions, but I would be interested in knowing, that wasn't clear for us apart from this educational aspect, but in this exhibition itself, this speciality and this opportunity, and at the same time with the difficulty of the Diocesan Museum to have a connection between religion and maybe belief and museum, and to have it in the permanent exposition, and to make it conveyable for people who are not of any belief and who are not Catholics. Well, of course, it's one of the core questions and things that we spoke about during this conference, because the objects in our collection are decontextualized. They are, and that is the difference. Justin Cruzen gave us some examples where objects in Colmar Untitled Museum, this is a room of a church and had this sacred atmosphere, but this is not done by our museum. They are in another context, exhibited in another context. Nevertheless, and that's not only the case at this laborious shrine, we also have other objects. They are not purely museum objects. They are used for liturgical purposes. So that means we are also using things externally. That is a topic sometimes. Maybe that's not enough. We have at one place, we're showing a film with this procession of the shrine. And when it comes to the topic of using, when we speak about using digital media, which contextualize things stronger, a communication problem, we spoke about this noon already during our lunch break. It's always a difficult situation. On the one side, yes, it does help understand the objects, not only as pieces of art, but also as liturgical objects, as objects that are evidence of a belief. But on the other side, you have to be aware of the fact that you do not have any over-medialization and that you have a competition somehow, that people rather look at the moving pictures than at this artifact which should be in the center of the attention for the visitor. And from a museum educational perspective, and what we would try to do is, I showed that before, we're having contemporary texts where that give us an insight into the beliefs of that time and make clear what can be the functional connection of this piece. They're not just mere pieces of art, that's what they are, of course, but they're also objects that are used in practical religious beliefs. And nevertheless, and I have to admit that there's room for improvement always to work on this and to find better ways of presenting this, maybe. I would like to add something here. Our collection, and that part of our collection that I focus on, is the medieval church art collection. This could also be found in a Diocesan museum. That's where you would expect it. For me, as a conservator, the perspective needs to be broadened, and I would like to do that. And the explanation at the moment of medieval art history is rooted in its original context. What did the Madonna mean in the 15th century? I want to expand this and want to use these biographies, and it meant this at the beginning. Then the Madonna was tolerated by the Protestants, and they continued worshipping it. But then in the 19th century, the piece was put into the museum, where it received a new meaning, or maybe not, but in the 19th century, it had a meaning to be brought and transferred to the museum from the church. So these are layers of time which are all interesting for itself, and they left traces. So I would love to have this biography displayed in the museum and to have this religious history which is not static. Is this something that you have in your museum as well? Do you have it, or do you plan to do that? Well, object biographies, that might be not enough. Of course, yes, the original place is named, but not necessarily what happened over the centuries until it was placed in a museum, or what happened since then. For example, one thought could be, as mentioned before, the exhibition regarding the Golden Madonnas in Hildesheim. That's where the focus is not only about the time when they were created, but also the time how they were used and how the usage of these Madonnas changed. And within this context, I looked at a specific Madonna, which has golden, it was covered in gold and disappeared. Then it had textile clothes. And these are things that we want to put into the focus. And that's why also this exhibition in Hildesheim initiated some thoughts also to think about these biographies of the various objects. Yes, Ms. Dr. Hull? Yeah, I wanted to warn you to look for the true and the original and genuine and the holy, because what's so exciting about these objects is that they have many relations towards the societies in all eras and all times, and that's something you can develop from the objects themselves. So we have a relict, which is a coconut, and was just used a cup for drinking by a wealthy Hildesheim Dome Capitular, and who was a doctor at the same time. He brought it from Paris. That what you can see from the ornaments that were used. Then the coconut became dry and had holes, so it's cannot be used for drinking from it, and it finds its way into the treasure of a church. I think it's very important to keep the people involved and to see these connections between religion, culture, and society, and even our sacral objects. For example, this golden Madonna. They were also political, not only objects, but even subjects. So a vow was placed in front of our Madonna, so there was no separation in this meaning. And that's why I think it's a bit of a pity that we only look into the spiritual aspects and why we still need it today. But it's a constituent part of these objects, but also of society as itself and the way we perceive it. So a bit more trust must be given to these objects and what we heard before, and more trust has to be put into the visitors who have very intelligent questions usually in relation with these objects. And as I said, I think we have to be careful with saying that religion, especially from our side, that is a normal case and that is a special case that we have to explain all the time. Just one notion here. Maybe that's a dilemma, and many museologists see the same dilemma. The dilemma it is that the objects, at least from a church perspective, they require more and more explanations because there's less knowledge. On the other hand, the willingness to read something of those looking for it is getting reduced to more than 300 characters, is too much for something. So we need to find new ways of conveying what we want to say in order to make the people and the public aware of it and to present it. Yes, thanks again for throwing this ball at me. Or other questions or room for discussions? If not, I would like to briefly give you an experiment of thought. Justin, you said for a thesis that the church can be seen as a museum, and the opposing thesis would be museum as a church. So if since 2008 we think how to bring religion to the museum, don't you think that this is the de-churchalization of the church by bringing religion to the museum? Should it not be the other way around, or is this... This is going to be a fluidum. But yes, it's a process that's continuing and proceeding, and I think it's exciting and it's interesting that thought that the majority only gets in contact with religion in a museum is a fact, and that's something we can work on. It's exciting and it is a challenge. Is this a nice final word that this is a task? Well, this is the end of this panel discussion. We're going to have a recap of these 1.5 days, as far as I understood. That's done by Harald. Yes. Just a moment, please. One moment, please. Susanne Urban would like to say something. Yes, there was a bit of a bad feeling in my stomach. But just by talking about church and museum, the Jewish and the Islamic community were not presented here. I think this doesn't work very well with me. Sorry. It wasn't the final note. We will hear a recap, and that will be the final word. All right. Sorry for that. Yes, thank you very much. Well, no, I am in a position that I don't really like, because the recap should be done by somebody who really observed this event and who did not organize it. But the problem is that the railway is not working as well. My colleague, Mr. Brothage, there are problems with the train and public transport, so he's on the way to Goslar and to get him onto the train. That is why, please forgive me, this is a very biased recap, but it's an inside view somehow. First of all, thank you very, very much to all of you for your attendance, for the technical equipment, and that it enriched many of us. And I'm leaving this conference with many, many questions, and I noted some of them. The first one is to be on the way. So thank you very much for extracting religion, that this became a focus. It's my problem that I find this everywhere on a special position. That's why I would like to make it into communication. That's exactly with all these objects, all the topics we spoke about. That's my view. Maybe we have to make a conference of it. They are linked to culture, they are linked to politics, they're linked to victim and perpetrator's perspective. And the religious aspect is an important part here, but religion can be used to misuse power. Politics can do that as well. And I think this is a nice context, and it's an interesting context. And I'm the disciple of Baumert, who, with various rationale methods in the area of philosophy and religion, will see that as an own area, which is a part of it. I think this is exciting. So I just wrote down a few notes. And the second one is, for me, I think what I heard is that the narratives have to be put into the center. We have to listen. Narratives, that the objects have to speak. The object biography is a narrative of the object, but also people that have to speak, those who had to do with these objects. And then again, I'm quite hopeful that we have a communication between the religions and the confessions, which is important for the society that we need. And again, excuse me, I'm going back to my notes from yesterday. I think plurality, democracy as a task, also as a task for the museum, because I think a museum is a political institution. It is wanted. Also, a church museum does have a political democratizing task. I'm sorry again for my question towards this topicalization. Communication, I spoke about it, and the question is and I think that was very interesting today, what scenography and which atmosphere do we combine with the, well, I have a problem with the word of being agent, the narrative of somebody wants to discover something. No, we are offering a scenography that has to be pure. And my credo is that this cannot only be done by conveying things, but the things themselves in a connection with each other can do this work of conveying things. And I think this is what I see where we just a wide area, and we could only find some approaches, especially for religions, whether we do not actually know whether they are religions at all, from cults from the past until the possible potential future perspectives of what a society can communicate in itself about religion in a museum context and under the conditions how museums work. This is not a result. I do not have any result here, and I did not expect any result, but the various aspects that we spoke about, and I tell it again, it's about democratization, it's about pluralization. So thank again, dear Susanne, for this intervention. Yes, that's exactly what it is, and we shall not forget this, and the term of the past, and to have these three monotheistic religions that we represented here, and to remember this, and the communication of a Madonna in the Diözesan Museum in Paderborn. This is the link between all of this. This is the attempt of a summary. Please take it home with you. So I would like to ask Stefan now to have an orderly end of this conference. Some organizational issues. I don't really know what to do now. I think we are all, and I hope that we all of us will think and communicate with each other about the results of this conference. And I thank you very much for your interest, for your attention, and for your stamina to listen to these sometimes very challenging presentations and to take something home, get home safe and sound. Yes, I just wanted to say, also, this conference will be complicated and complex. It will take some time, as it was at the last time, but it is financed and funded. So, in some time, you can, no problem, just speak about it at home. So, what's left to say? Goodbye. All right. Ciao.